Crosby with Mr. Charles McLaurin on December 5th, 2015 in a daycare facility in Indianola, Mississippi. And this is part of the Civil Rights History Project, co-sponsored by the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. Mr. McLaurin, thank you for talking with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for asking me.
Can you tell us when and where you were born and about your family?
Yes, I was born in Jackson, Mississippi in 1939. My father, John, and my mother, Connie, was, I guess, happy for me to show up on Christmas Day, December the 25th, 1939. Of course, that was time of war in the nation, and but we, my mother nor my father finished high school, and they worked as domestics. And my father landed a job with the Coca-Cola company, and I think that was probably the best job that he had during his life. He'd worked at the sawmill, working in one of the sawmills in Jackson, Mississippi. In those days, sawmills were very important businesses. And my mother worked domestic in homes of white people and as a cook at local restaurants in and around Jackson. And so my brother, AC, and my sister, Ella, were the oldest. I'm the oldest of the family. In fact, I'm the first member of my immediate family to go to college. So my grandmother, I lived with my grandmother for a while. She was a school teacher, got her education over at Tuskegee, and she would take me to school as a little fella. She would take me to school with her, before I actually got into the public school in Jackson. I went to Smith Robinson, the first organized black public school in the state. And so I got started out early with her, trying to learn how to be what she wanted me to be. My grandmother had one son, and my mother, and she always wanted her son to go to school. She bought him a lot of books and things. So as I'm growing up, she's passing these books and things on to me. Books about Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois. Of course, in this time, I'm not really into these books, but since he didn't use them, my uncle didn't use them, she just made them available to me and would often tell me about Mr. Washington and Du Bois and the Peanut Man, Dr. Carver. Yeah, these were her heroes.
Yeah. Do you think that influenced you?
Then not as much as later. I think what I really lacked most was Frederick Douglass. She had a book about Frederick Douglass, and she talked about this guy all the time, and it kind of stuck with me a little bit because I admired the picture of him in the book, and I admired the way he wore his hair, and he had a beard, and that he was articulate, and that he had mostly educated himself. So I think that's what stuck with me most, that he was a guy who was a slave and didn't get formal education, but along the way he's getting educated, and then he winds up statesman. He winds up speaking to the president and really pushing the role of black people in America.
Yeah. But what are some of the important experiences you had growing up, things that stand out to you?
Well, there were numerous things that happened to me, and I think one of the most experiences that really stuck to me, that played a role later in my life, was my grandmother taught school at a little community outside of Jackson called Star, Mississippi. And she taught school in a little church, and she would take me to school with her. We had to get up in the morning and take the local city bus into Jackson and to the train station where all buses and buses came together then, and we would get off the local city bus and walk about 3 to 4 blocks to the Trailways bus station. And of course, this is during the period of segregation, and we would go to our side, to the black side, get our ticket and everything. And we'd go to school, and then in the afternoon we would repeat that. The Trailways bus would bring us to the bus station, and then we'd walk the few blocks over to the train station where we get the city bus, local bus. And on this particular day, my grandmother had to use the restroom, and so it's at the train station now in Jackson. The restroom for the coloreds were full up, and there was a line waiting to go into and during these days there was always surprising to me that the bus station and train station stayed full of black folk, and at this point I don't understand why all of these black folks are there waiting on the trains, and they've got boxes and suitcases and things like that. And so my grandmother's got to go to the restroom, and she took me by the hand, and we walked across the corridor between the white and the black sides of the train station. And my grandmother was tall, about 5'10", 5'11", wavy black hair, and blue eyes. She was light colored. So anyway, we go over to the white side of the restroom with my grandmother. Just as we walk inside the door, my grandmother said, "You stand here, and I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom. You stay right here." In those days when your parent told you to stay someplace or do some things, you did that. Okay, now I'm standing here, and this big, tall, white man walks over to me and says, "Nigger, what you doing peeping at white women in the restroom?" Now, the restroom was as far as at least, I guess, 20 feet from me, from where I was in this big, and I'm looking at him, being a little fella, and he's big and tall, and he said, "Nigga, did you hear me? Why are you peeping at white women in the restroom?" And I don't know what to say. I'm in shock here. You understand? I'm wondering what is the matter with this person, and what is he talking about? So by that time, he's standing there talking. A crowd starting to gather. White people in that section of the station started to gathering, and they were all looking at me. And my grandmother came back, and as she walked up, she says, "What's the matter?" And this man says, "This little nigger boy has been peeping in the restroom at white women. And my grandmother said, "You a lie. I just came out of the restroom, and this is my boy." And took me by the hand and led me out. Now, he's in shock because he's wondering why this white woman is saying this. He thought she was white, you know. And so we leave the bus station, and on our way home, my grandmother's talking to me about segregation, and I'm not really understanding all of this. I do know that when we get on the bus, we got to go to the back. Then when we go any place, we've got to go to the back. Or we were in a special section separate from where white people was. And I just didn't think much about that. Seemed like the ordinary thing to do. That was the way things were. So now she's talking to me about racial segregation and about white people and to stay away from white people, you know, and don't talk to white people, you know, and so.
How did you make sense of that?
I didn't. Yeah. I just was going to do like she told me. Stay away from them, and don't talk to them, and stay away from white men especially, and never, you know, be seen talking or acting friendly toward white women. And so, I mean, it's no problem. But anyway, so the next day or two, when we would come to the bus station and then catching the train and anything, we wouldn't. I would just stay away from them. So I was not around white people. I lived in the black community, and we had Farris Street in Jackson, where we had all the kinds of things, you know, restaurants and clothing and juke joints and everything in our community, little stores in the community where we lived that blacks ran and everything. So I'm not exposed to the white world really, except when I step outside of that community. So nothing happening here now. So that was one lesson that came back to me as I'm writing my story now. And another incident happened. I must have been about 12 years of age. And I'm in school. I went to Lanier High School in Jackson and Mary C. Jones Elementary School, and of course Smith Robinson. I didn't go to that school but a very short time because my mother and father separated, and I went to live with my grandmother. My other sisters and brothers stayed with my mama. And but anyhow, now I'm in Lanier, and in the afternoon, I had got a little job at a little store near where we live, in the afternoons, and I would go there every day. My job was to keep the front of the building clean, because people, they provided curb service, and sometimes white people would eat in their cars, and they would sometimes stuff would fall off, and I'm to keep up everything around there, keep the boxes in the drink boxes with drinks and stuff like that. And this white man who owned the store, he orientated me as soon as I got there. He said, "Now, Charles, listen to this good." He said, "Never answer the phone. Never write anything down." And when there was a group of white men who would gather there every day and sit and drink beer after they got off from their jobs, and drink beer and talk and, you know, and laugh. So he said, when these men are in here, be scared. Don't get around in here that much. Stay. And this, what he's telling me is no problem. I'm getting $15 a week for doing like I'm told there, you know. And as I said earlier, when adults told you to do things back then, you did it that way, as close to that as possible, whether it's white or black. And certainly, my mother and my grandmother had told me to stay away from white people, especially around me. So he's just kind of telling me what I've already heard. So I'm there working one day. The manager, the man, got sick, and he had to be out for several days. And had this young white lady running the place. And so I'm standing around outside there waiting and, take care of whatever I needed to do there. And the white lady told me, she said, Charles, I'm going to be in the back doing some inventory, and you just watch after the front. So all that meant was watch after the front. And so while she's back there, the phone rang. And hey, it don't mean nothing to me. The man told me to don't never answer the phone. And he stressed never. And so the phone keep ringing. And one of these white men back there said, hey, nigga, you hear that phone ringing? And I didn't say nothing. I just kept doing what I was doing. Nothing. And so he said, nigga, get that phone. Now I'm kind of torn between whether to answer that phone or just leave it alone. But he said it in such a way that it was a demand. So I said, okay. I walk over there and I pick up the phone. And there's somebody calling in who want to give an order, and they're going to come pick it up because we did provide curb service and stuff like that. So, and the items they wanted, I break another rule. I reach over there and get this pencil and write these things down. And okay, and so after I'd finished writing it down, I turn and start toward the storage room where the white lady who's in charge is. And she's coming toward me now. And we kind of meet up just kind of opposite where these 8 or 10 white men are sitting, okay? And I'm reaching that note out. And one of the white men grabbed that note out of my hand and said, nigga, you black so-and-so, you giving a note to a white woman? And I've already started out breaking all the rules that the man told me not to, that I should adhere to. And now I've got another surprise here, is that he's taken the note and he's telling me that I'm giving the note to the white woman, and that's true. I am handing the note to the white woman. But he had a different, and so, and he took the note and he looked at it. And he passed the note around to these other white men and then came back to him. And he said, he said, nigga, you wrote this? I'm still not talking now. So he said, nigga, you wrote this? And that white lady walked up and she said, Charles, go to school. And he looked at me and he looked at her and he said, I'm talking to this nigga. I'm not talking to you. And he said, a black-ass nigga shouldn't have never held a pencil in his hand. And I'm standing here. I don't know if I've already pissed on myself or not, because I haven't said anything. I don't know what to say. I'm shocked. And the white lady reached and got the note from him and said, Charles, you wait outside. Man, from where that spot to the door, I don't know how far that is, but wherever it was, when I hit the ground, I was running toward home and got home and told my mama, and now I'm getting a lesson from her about Ku Klux Klan, about white men lynching black men. And now I'm getting another lesson here from my mama. She told me to don't go back, that I'll see about your money. And so I never went back. And that situation was now, I'm thinking now with a little connection toward what my grandmother had told me back there. See, and then I had another we're now up in the, we up in the, do you want to
Mack,
continue
let me
these?
just hold you for
Okay.
a minute. We're rolling again. So, Mr. Mack, you said there was another incident.
Yeah, this other incident involved, I was, my friends and I were walking to Jackson into the city. We lived in Jackson, but we on the outskirts, and this white man stopped us, and he ran a furniture store. We were passing by this furniture store, and he said, "Hey, fellas, do y'all want to help me and make a little money?" And we said yes. So what he was doing was having an auction of furniture, and it was he was doing it over in Rankin County. We were in Hines County, Jackson, and we were over in. He had this store over in Rankin County. So he said, "Y'all load up on the truck there," and we got on the truck, and he took us over into Rankin County, and to his furniture store, and he said, "Now tomorrow, we're going to be selling furniture here, and your all's job will be to put it out, and we'll tell you what to put out. And then when people buy the furniture, then we'll put it back, put their names on it, and then when we have finished, you will deliver it to them at their homes." And so we got out there and we were working.
How
and
old are you?
I'm about I'm about 17. I'm almost 17 now, because what had happened was I'd been in the Army Reserve, see, and I had on this old Army shirt, and it had a PFC stripe on it. That's the first grade of something in the Army, of the ranking. Okay, and I had taken it off and was just wearing the shirt. So as we were bringing furniture in and out, as I walked out the store this day, a little old white man walked up to me and he said, "Nigga, what are you doing with that shirt on?" And, hey, again, I'm shocked. I mean, everybody got on a shirt. Most people are wearing a shirt.
He wouldn't like it if you didn't.
Yeah, I would have been in trouble then. So he said, "Ain't that an Army shirt you got on?" It was, in other words, I'm no longer, I had done 6 months active duty training in the United States Army, and I'd been released to the reserve, and I was going to my reserve unit periodically. But this shirt was an old shirt that anyway, he said,
I'm ignorant about some of the Army stuff. So did you take it off because you're not supposed to wear it if you're not active duty, or?
Well, it had been said that you wasn't supposed to wear them when you were representing. There was, when you put on the shirt, it had these insignias that would go on the collar or on the shirt somewhere. But a lot of other people these were old shirts that really was discarded, and a lot of men who had got out of the Army were wearing these old shirts, and I had seen them. But he said, that stripe, wasn't there a stripe on that shirt? I said, yes, there was. And he said, did that mean that you were over men? I said, not necessarily. He said, were you over white men? I said, if there were, that gave me a little rank. If those people who were without one of those at all, I would think maybe I had, I was kind of over them. He said, were they white men? I said, some of them were white. And he said, well, let me tell you this. He said, nigga, I don't want to see you back here in that shirt no more. So don't you, if I see you in that shirt this evening after lunch, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. And so I looked at him and I could see he had a gun on him, holstered gun, and but he was wearing a regular shirt. And then there was a little old badge on him that said constable. I didn't know what the heck a constable was, you know. And so he left, and I came back into the store, and I told the white man who run the store. I told him, and he said, well, I tell you what. He said, don't you go back outside. Today you work inside. Don't you go outside for nothing. And I said, okay, no problem with me. After all, I'm working. We make a little something. And so then after we left that day, the next morning, when we all reported to work, he told me he couldn't use me. He said, because there was going to be some trouble. I couldn't figure out what trouble there was going to be, you know. He said, there's going to be some trouble. And I tried as hard as I could, and I said, what kind of trouble? And he said, no, just you know, we can't use you no more. So I go home, and I tell my mama about this. Now I'm getting another lesson here about the Ku Klux Klan, about these white people who just don't want to see blacks advance. You got on a shirt there, and in the Army, you know, not too long ago, the Army was desegregated. And there are white men who don't want to be led or supervised by blacks. And so chalk that up to that. And so that now we're up into right at the 60s. Right at the 60s.
Mr. Mack, how did you get into the service? Were you drafted or did you sign up?
Well, one afternoon, some of my friends and I were just goofing off. We had played hooky from school. And there were two guys of our group, I think there was 5 of us this day. And 2 of them wanted to go to the Army. And one of them said, let's go sign up for the Army. I said, no, I don't want to go to no Army. And I don't want nothing to part of this. So we go to, he said, well, just come on, go with us up there. So we go up there to the federal building, and the recruiter talks to us. And he says, okay, you 2 guys want to go. And so we got a test that you, and he said, so I said, well, I'll wait over here. He said, oh, I'll just go on and take the test. And you ain't got to go you don't have to go. Because even if they pass, they would have to sign some papers or something like that. So you wouldn't have, and so we went on into the place, and you gave us the test, and we came out. The 2 guys who wanted to go didn't even pass, you know. And he said, well, you have made enough to get in the Army Reserve. And I believe we must have been around 10th or 11th grade. We was in the 8th, 9th, 10th. It was somewhere around the 9th or the 8th grade, 10th grade, somewhere in there like that. Because I tried, as I'm writing my story now, I've been trying to remember how this all came about. And then as I'm writing now, I'm learning things about myself that I never even thought about that I did. Okay. But anyway, he said, you made enough to get into the Army Reserve, and said what you would do, you would be, if you decide to go, it would be around October, and this was in the summer. This was like in June or July. And he said there would be a training cycle in October, and you could go for active duty training for 6 months, and then you get out and you have a choice of re-up for the regular Army, or you could just go and the Army would release you to a reserve unit in your community. So I said, well, I don't know. So later on, one day, a recruiter came to the office somewhere around about September, and asked if I was interested in going. Now, I've had some experiences here that I wanted to get the hell out of Jackson. Now I'm ready to get out of Jackson, Mississippi. I'm ready to leave the South, you know, and this has offered me an opportunity to get out of Jackson, and you know, but my mother told me not to take this. She said, no, don't. You need to stay in school. and so I had to have the signature of one or both of my parents, and my mama wouldn't do it, and so I went to my dad. Now my dad wasn't able to get into the army during back in the war because he had a cripple. He had a foot that he had been born with some kind of deformity in his left foot. And so he couldn't get into the army. So he really resented that. He really wanted to go. You know, when people were going to the war, a lot of black people got into the army and the Navy to get away from Mississippi and to better life and some opportunities. But so my dad did. I went to my dad with it and signed me up. Okay, and I get my papers and turn them in, and then one day I've almost forgot this whole thing. And one day a recruiter showed up at the school at Linear High School where I was, and said that this training session was coming up in October, and these are your credentials. Gave me a pile of papers. Now I'm really hesitant about this now because I done really forgot about this, but then when I think that it's giving me a chance to get out of the state, so I said, okay, I got ready, and so I had already been and taken this 6 months active duty training, and that's where I got hold of this shirt.
So was your training integrated?
This was just kind of the start. This was around 1955. And the Army had just been desegregated, the national, whoever was president then had signed the order to desegregate. Because when I got there, you could tell that they were transitioning from a segregated army because of the barracks and the way things were set up, and then they were talking about not having had black officers in situations over whites and stuff like that. And
what was that like for you?
First, it was a surprise because I never expected to be in the company or the presence of whites. You see what I'm saying? I've been taught to stay away from them. You know, that was my mother and everybody, and we lived in our little world kind of in the black until we had to go over into the white section for something, work or really for nothing else, because we had everything we needed over here. But I'm kind of torn between my early lesson and what is now facing me. Here I am, I'm in a unit. When we arrived the first place I went to was Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And this was around 1955. And there had been some demonstrations, the NAACP, CORE, and some of these organizations had been demonstrating, and there had been some riots or something that had happened, but I wasn't all aware of none of this much. But I could hear this through people talking. Some of these kids who were coming here from Florida and New York and California and all around who were here. And so the first day there at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, I got dumped out of the bed. I was on the top bunk. I get dumped out of the bed on the floor by the sergeant, because I was, we were all supposed to be up, and you had to get up and make up your bed and make sure your shoes are shined. And if the sergeant came by and thumped up a $50, a quarter, whatever, it was supposed to hit that bed, and that bed was supposed to be, and then your shoes got to be, and everything's got to be arranged a certain way in a foot locker. And yeah, man, and so here I am get dumped off on the bed, and this guy's yelling at me to get out into this formation, and your bed ought to be straightened up. You should do this and that. And so I finally wound up out there in the formation, and then we were out there for a while. Then we going to breakfast, and so now, and the sergeant over this group is a white man, and so after breakfast, then we were going on a march, and the way they lined you up, they put the tall men in the front line, and it kind of came down to the little guy, to the short guys like myself. And so I'm finding trouble here walking, because now it's supposed to be 30 inches all around you, but the front guys with the long legs are stepping it off. So I'm back there trying to keep up, and the sergeant, get in line, shape up there, and so the first chance I get, I write a letter to my congressman. I found out who my congressman was. There's a guy by the name of John Bell Williams in Mississippi.
He was quite a man.
And I finds out about him. So I'm writing a letter trying to get out. I'm telling them I'm underage, and all this, and get me out of here. And so I thought I was going to get out in a little while. So I'm not really doing all that I'm supposed to do. I'm still bucking. I'm still getting harassed and hollered at because I'm not exactly getting my bed right. The sheet, sergeant come in, snatch the sheet and all that stuff off of my bed and throw it out on the floor, and I got to get it up and put it back together. So after a while, a letter comes. I never see the letter, but the letter came, and when I went to the office, the letter is being read to me by the sergeant, desk sergeant, whoever it was there. She said, your congressman answered the letter, and he said that as a little black boy from Mississippi, you ought to be proud to be able to wear the uniform of the United States Army, and therefore your exit from here is denied. He said, you got the soldier. You're going to soldier. So now I got to now make up my mind and that I'm here and I got to shape up, and I'm not going to be able to ship out. So this is that experience happened. So that's why I had this Army shirt, because it was left over from that period when I did that training. And that had been a long time between 1955 and we're up to 1960, right at 1960. So the old shirt. Now, I had gone to a few reserve meetings in Jackson, but that was still segregated.
So the training was integrated, but the reserves, once you get up in Mississippi, it's
still segregated. Yeah, it's still segregated here, but again, Mississippi was segregated. And so now I don't have no real problem about this. Then the next thing that happens is that Freedom Riders are coming to Jackson. We're up to around 1961, 61. And I've been reading about the goings on out in North Carolina, Greensboro, and those places where, and about. Now I'm a little bit more interested because I kind of understand the NAACP a little bit. I'd heard of Medgar Evers.
Are you in school at this point?
Yeah.
So are you at Jackson State, or are you still in high school?
I'm still in high school.
Okay.
See, because when I left, I was away for 6 months, and then I came back, and the first thing my mama had me to do was go back and enroll in school, and then now I want to be in school, because while I was there in the Army, I learned what I didn't know. I found out that I was not only ready for the Army, I really wasn't ready for nothing as far as the world is concerned. And I can now, as a result of that Army experience, I can see beyond Jackson. I can see beyond my immediate community, where I had kind of expected to grow up and really hadn't thought about what I was going to be or what I was going to do or what kind of direction to take. But now that I've been in the Army and I saw my shortcomings, I saw that I did not know, had not been exposed to some of the things that these people who were there, had come from these various other states, and I was not prepared. So I come back, I go right back, I go to high school, I go back to Lanier, pick up there, okay, and then one of the things I learned was that there was a high school equivalency examination that you could get. I didn't know how to go about doing none of this at that point. And then when I finally get that information, I study this and think about doing it. But in the meantime, the Freedom Riders come to Jackson.
Can I ask you, you had mentioned by this time you know about the NAACP and Medgar Evers. Can you tell us how you found out about that and what you thought about it?
Yeah, what happened was I learned about Medgar because Medgar lived in the community where I lived, in kind of like Georgetown, Mississippi, out north, West Jackson. And my friends and I were one afternoon hitchhiking a ride from our community, Georgetown, down to the city, down into Jackson, to Ferris Street, to the theater. And we were picked up by this tall, handsome man that I didn't know, and they didn't either. But we didn't. We were just getting a ride to downtown, and so 2-3 days later, after we in the newspaper, here's this man, Medgar Evers, who was the NAACP leader, and so when that happened, then I kind of got interested in this organization. What is the NAACP? My grandmother had mentioned it back there, this stuff didn't stick then because it wasn't important. But now I want to know a little more about the NAACP. And so my friends and I had went out to Medgar's office out on Lynch Street. He had told us where his office was and everything out there. And so we go out there and we get to talk with him and some of the people in his office, and they had a youth chapter and that kind of stuff there in Jackson. And then I didn't keep that up. I didn't continue to go to these meetings and everything because we already had our kind of little junk we were carrying on, our rivalries between black communities. I went to Lanier, and there was Jim Hill High, Lanier High and Jim Hill High. So there's a rivalry between these schools in basketball and football and track, and periodically we'd get to fighting after the game, and this was kind of a little something we wanted to do. And then one night after a basketball game at Lanier, some white kids drove through our community, through by Lanier, and threw rotten eggs on our building and on us and things. And so what we decided was that we were going to retaliate. Now, we were going to, yeah. See, now, nobody had, our people had told us to stay away from them, and they had taught us to, to respect white folks, because they were, I guess, white. But now here we are. They hadn't told us about them doing things to us. We'd heard of the Klan. We knew they did. We didn't see ourselves as those people that got lynched. Max Charles Parker and Emmett Till and all of that. And so we loaded up one night and got rotten eggs and Coke bottles and things and decided we were going to retaliate. And but when we went through the area where these white kids usually be, they weren't there. So we put that off. But then there was some other kind of things that was going on that Medgar Evers was involved in. So we went back to talk and told Medgar about what had happened and everything. And he talked about what they were doing, what the NAACP was doing. And all of a sudden, Freedom Riders. These people are coming into Jackson. There had been a bombing over in Birmingham, and people were beaten. And this was kind of exciting to us, but it didn't mean nothing really to us because that's what these people coming to do this, and because we didn't know nothing really much about that. But of course now we know that the Freedom Riders' destination was to be New Orleans. But they never got out of Jackson because they got arrested there and got put in jail and stayed there. And the purpose of the city and the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi was planning to break the NAACP and CORE and these organizations by making them put up these bonds and not giving them that bond money back and really not doing anything about the cases. So as these Freedom Riders started getting out of jail and going home, one of these Freedom Riders named James Bevel, Reverend James Bevel, went to work for Southern Christian Leadership Conference. You know, SNCC was formed. Ella Baker had brought the SNCC people together and had brought the demonstrators from the Woolworth sit-ins and other sit-ins together, and they had formed the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC. All right, but again, we didn't know nothing about any of that, except Bevel comes in one night, and he come into our community in Georgetown, there where we lived, to the pool hall where we hung out. And we were getting ready to have a rivalry battle between the West Jackson kids, who mostly went to Jim Hill, and the Lanier kids who lived over on Georgetown. And we were assembling our weapons and bottles and and bricks and Bevel come in, and he sat around. We saw this stranger come in, we didn't know who he was, and he's sitting around as we're planning and talking. And then just as we were about to load up and go get killed or put in jail or whatever, and he hopped up on a pool table and said, "Hold it." Said, "You're brave, you're bad. You're gonna go out there and kill one another, shoot up one another." He said, "Is there any of you bad enough to buy a ticket at the bus station on the white side of the bus station?" And so some of the guys said, "Well, we ain't got no money." He said, "Don't worry about money. And I got the money. If you got the nerve to not fight among yourselves, but I'll take you to the bus station. You're going to buy a ticket to New Orleans. And you'll be met in New Orleans by..." So several of my friends said, "Yeah, I'll buy a ticket." And one was James Jones, Ralph Floyd, LaVon Brown, and a guy by the name of Charles Cox, and 2-3 other people. But James Jones and Ralph Floyd was my friends and buddies and pals, so Bevel took them down.
So you didn't?
We didn't fight. We didn't go ahead with the battle.
Yeah.
We took this challenge.
And so, did you know what he was doing?
No, no, I didn't. He didn't give us a lot of information because it was the challenge that he had thrown at us. Yeah, and so these guys, they didn't think they were going to get put in jail, really. They really just took the challenge, and I guess they were going to come back onto the block with the rest of us tomorrow, next day. So If Bevel told, I don't think he told them they were going to jail. He never told them that. And there wasn't, and we really wasn't smart enough to see the relationship between these people, the people who had been coming and getting put in jail, and us getting put in jail. And there, they got put in jail because they came to cause a problem, and so we didn't connect that. But anyway, the next morning, the newspaper, Jackson Daily News and the Clarion Ledger newspapers had in there that these fellas, my friends, that were in jail. They were arrested. And Bevel came back and talking with us again, trying to get some more of us to go. I couldn't see that. One of my concerns here now was that there are problems between blacks and whites, and there are a lot of things going on that I don't understand. And but one of the things, see, Emmett Till had happened, and we had been very made aware of Emmett Till because of the sensational photographs that came in the Ebony magazines and the Jet magazine, and it pissed us off. We were angry about this, but that was all it was. So,
Were you afraid? Did it make you? Some people say seeing that picture made them afraid.
no, we wanted to get together a group and go up there and find these guys. We sat on the corner one night after and because we didn't know what a Delta was. And we sat on a block there and talked about going to try to find them, going up there to the Delta. One of the things, there was no fear in us. We didn't fear white folks. It's just that we've been taught to stay away from them. Don't get involved with them, except if you got a job, you go to work and you do your job and you get paid and you go home. You don't socialize us, nothing with them. And so, but we wasn't afraid of them. Our parents and people had the fear of us being lynched or something, and their fear was not something that they had passed on to us. They had given us lessons about how to live and not about fearing whites. Because, 2 or 3 times, they threw the eggs on us. We were going to go and retaliate. See? So every time they did something happened to our folk, we got ready to deal with it. And so that, with Bevel coming out now and getting us together, kind of caused our thinking to come around, and him telling us about explaining now the sit-ins and the beatings and the busts and CORE. We learn now about CORE and SNCC and the NAACP, and about Morehouse College, because this is one of the colleges he talked about a lot. Bevel did, and talked about Spelman and Howard University and like that. And so now, as he's coming back and my friends are getting out of jail, we now are trying to think about what we can do. Okay. We're thinking about what we can do now that they're out of jail. These other people are out and they're gone. So it was decided that we would develop a movement in Jackson.
Did Bevel have any workshops on nonviolence? Did he try to do that with you all?
Not at this point.
Okay.
It wouldn't have really done any good, teaching us not to retaliate. No, he didn't deal with that at this point. Bevel was a shrewd little fella, and I admired him, and because he reminded me of my grandmother talked about Booker T. Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, and about the difference in their philosophy about segregation and integration and stuff like that at a very small level. But now Bevel is talking about these things, and he's talking about the overall picture of the civil rights movement. So then he said, we'll develop a movement. And we decided to make it the Jackson movement. Jesse Harris, who was one of my friends who had went on the Freedom Ride too. I forgot Jesse. And Jesse was into this nonviolent thing.
He was?
Yeah. Because and this happened that kind of involved us, and it was kind of hilarious too. When Jesse was arrested for trying to buy a ticket, the city of Jackson had not yet been kind of conditioned to the federal government's involved in this effort. So Jesse Harris, they sent Jesse to the county farm. When he was arrested, they sent him to the county farm. And Jesse told us, now this is him back, he says there was a sign up over the gateway to the county farm. And it said, we break your spirit or we break your behind. and so and he said that was across the gate. Now I don't know about all that, but this is Jesse talking.
It sounds right, don't it?
Yeah, and he says, so he was there, and then they had a work crew that go out every morning to work, cutting the grass along the roads and byways and everything, picking up trash and just doing whatever white folks wanted you to do. So when they get up in the morning, they after they have their breakfast, they had to line up and count off before they went on the bus, and they said that when you got ready, you're on the bus, and then as you're getting off of the bus, you say you count off, nigga 1, nigga 2, nigga 3, right on down through whatever the number is. So Jesse was the fourth person, I think he said, fourth person. The guy before him stepped off and said, nigga 1, nigga 2, nigga 3. And Jesse just stepped off of the bus. And the other guy went on count, said, the sergeant, white man, said, hold it. To bring that nigga back. So y'all get back on the bus. Have him to count off. Stepped off of the bus. Nigga 1, nigga 2, nigga 3. Jesse just stepped off of the bus, and the other guy said, hold it, bring him back. So they brought him back the third time, and when the fourth time he didn't sound off, said the sergeant said, stretch him. That means get him over there on this big table. Jesse said they had a big table, and they had one big burly black guy to catch him by his feet, his heel, his ankle, and another one to grab him up there at the front. And they had a guy there, a black guy with a strap. He said it was about 4 or 5 inches wide. It was short, and it had 2 holes in it. And the sergeant would give the signal, and he wrapped him across his butt with that strap, and then so they wrapped him about 4 times. Said, now put him back on that bus. Put them back on and they fell off. And Jesse said he was in pain. But when he came off of the bus, he still didn't stretch him. Carried him back over there and gave him about 10 or 15 other licks between the bottom of his butt up to his shoulder. Put him on the bus. Put them on the bus, and they were coming off. So this guy said, nigga 1, nigga 2, no, just said, nigga 4. Before they even got to his number. And that's why I said it was the laughable kind of situation, the way he told it. And Jesse was tall and the way he talked, and he's serious. And so now, we're developing this movement. So what happens is Medgar and Bevel, Diane Nash, and I believe Chuck McDo and some the people who had been in Macomb with Bob, who came with Bob, down there, who went to Macomb later. But anyway, we're developing this movement.
Like Paul Brooks?
I think he may have been the chairperson or something. Yeah, Paul Brooks. That was a guy who never stopped talking. I mean, Paul, yeah, and it seemed like he'd argue with stop signs. I mean, he really, I mean, he talked all the time. There was another, Lester McKinney, and the mayor, Marion Barry, these guys, and they were talking all the time, and they were debating. But anyway, Medgar is involved here. Now, Medgar comes into the picture as we're setting up this Jackson movement. And so Diane Nash and all these people, we set up this movement, and then we was going to have a meeting. This is around 1961, in somewhere over in the summer here now, moving towards 62. And they said that...
Are you in high school still, or what are you doing at this point? Are you working?
I'm working. I had gone to high school, and then I had decided then that I was going to take this equivalency examination. And I was in 11th grade now, I think around 11th grade. And that summer, it's summertime now, and so now it's the... I have learned now that I can get this test down to Mississippi Valley State University. Okay, so what happened now? What I did during that summer was help work with this movement, and then in 1961, after the Freedom Riders had been through there, our group decided that we were going to attend the previously segregated fair in Jackson. And we were to meet at a certain place and go to the fair. There was 4 of us supposed to be going. And we were supposed to meet. So we met. No, the meeting didn't come off because these guys didn't show. 3 of the 4 of us who were supposed to go didn't show. And then I went on down to the fair and tried to buy a ticket to the fair, and they turned me away.
So in your mind, what's the difference between going down to the bus station for a ticket and going to the fair? Why were you willing to do the one?
Because I wanted to go to the fair.
Right.
See, the going to the bus station was not going to get me nothing but arrested maybe, and I wasn't thinking about that. But the fair, I had watched the fair come into town. Now, we had a black fair and a white fair, and we couldn't go to the white fair, and white folks ran the ones we had. And I'd gone to that, and it was over. And this is the week that the white fair is coming, and they are advertising it as a state fair. This is a fair for the whole state. Y'all come. Schools and everything are coming to the state fair. Plus, several of my friends had got jobs helping to set up this fair down at the fairground in Jackson. And I had come around sometime where they were and saw all of these things that's going to be at the fair, and we didn't have none of this back at the black fair. And they had a burlesque show. And I was really wanted to go to the burlesque show. And because, legally I don't know if I could, because what am I now, around about 18, 19, somewhere in there? And I think you had to be 21 to go to the burlesque show. But I was underage, but I was assured that I was going to get a chance to go because of my friends and these people working there. And I had found a way to get in by slipping in. You know what I'm saying? Yes. See, back when I was growing up, I was not a fearful person, and I was always looking for the opportunity to do something I wanted to do, and not be told, and guided by it. So, but anyhow, I made up my mind I wanted to go to the fair for entertainment and all of the goodies. And so I decided, the four of us had decided that we were going to go. Now, these guys had already, Charles Cox, LaVon Brown, and somebody there, Jesse wasn't with that, no, Ralph Floyd. And that we were going to go to that. Now, in the meantime, we were trying to get together this Jackson movement, our guys. Medgar had a group of NAACP kids that he was working with out of Tougaloo. But I don't think they had on their agenda, the fairground. They were going to go to the library. Okay. So anyway, I went down there, tried to buy a ticket. They told me, nigga, this ain't your fair. Your fair was last week. Get your so-and-so away from here. And I thought about it. I said, well, I walked away a little piece from the ticket area and thought hopefully by now my friends would have decided that they're coming and we would meet. And I waited around a little while and I went back. And the lady said, nigga, we've told you to get away from here. You ain't going to this fair. And if you don't get away from here, we're going to call the police. So I stepped off again and thought about it. And now I'm kind of angry because I wanted to go to the fair. They said this is a state fair. Then y'all come. And so I decided to go back. They called the police. Police came, put me in jail. Now, I'm in jail because I couldn't go to the fair. Now I'm thinking, a lot of stuff is coming clear to me. See, it took a long time to beat this into my head, I'm telling you, because I didn't want to do wrong, really. And but at the same time, there was something standing in my way to what I wanted to do. Always, there was something. Anytime I stepped outside of the perimeter set by my parents, my people, black folk, I get cut off and I can't go. Okay, so anyway, I'm in jail. Next day, the jailer came to me and said, nigga, there's a nigga down there in the courtroom to post your bond. I'm thinking maybe it's Jesse or some of them, I get down there, there's this handsome, black, well-dressed man sitting there with his leg crossed and the briefcase down beside him. And I remember I've seen this man before. This is Medgar Evers. And so he's posting my bond. We leave, and he's talking to me all about this Jackson movement coming up and talking to me about a workshop that was going to be at Mount Beulah over there in Edwards, somewhere near Edwards, that was going to be held about voter registration and about civil rights and that kind of stuff. And I told him that I would be glad to go. So anyway, and we went on and we were working now. This thing happened at Edwards. There's a white boy, a white lawyer named Bill Higgs, who was in charge of this. He was a former legislator, I think, in Jackson. But he had brought down some lawyers from up north, and they ran this workshop. Now, go ahead.
So,
Okay, you're back.
Bill Higgs comes up a lot in this part of the story. Do you have any idea what motivated him he's like a native white Mississippian, right?
Yeah.
Any idea what motivated him to be in the movement?
No, I really do not know. Now, I think he had gone to school at Harvard or somewhere. I'm not sure, but I believe he had had a Harvard law degree, and he had served in the legislature, I believe. Because I didn't think much about that, except that I was surprised that these white lawyers were teaching us, because in Mississippi we only had 3 black lawyers. are Jess Brown, Carsey Hall, and Jack Young, Senior. And so why are these white boys teaching us we don't have no blacks? I don't guess, or whatever. But now this is, all this is far from my mind, because now I'm focused on what can I do? What is it that, why can't I do what everybody else can do? Why is it that white folks can do this and I can't do nothing? That I really, Till have been lynched and there have been other lynchings, and nothing happens with that. And so Martin Luther King was coming to that. The movement had set up to have Martin Luther King come and speak at the Masonic Temple in Jackson, Mississippi. This is around the latter part of 1961, almost in the 1962, if not already 1962. It's kind of vague to me right now. But King came and spoke, and he had these SNCC people with him. Diane and a lot of SNCC people who I'd heard of and seen earlier now come, and they are around and with King. And King, I had heard about King, read about him from the Montgomery bus boycott, and Rosa Parks and this. And I never thought I'd ever get a chance to see this man in person. But here he is in Jackson, Mississippi. And he's here with these SNCC people, and I'm with these SNCC people, and he gives a speech. Now, I'd heard Medgar, and I thought Medgar was the greatest there was. And, how he, the oratory, how he could stand, and just these words would flow from his lips and continuously. I said, damn, I want to be like that. Then I get to hear King and get to be there. And the other thing was, I liked the way Medgar was always sharp, and then King, he's sharp, had on a suit that I thought ought to be mine. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that suit, the way it fit him, it was double breast, and I think it was green, kind of green. I think he may have been a little taller, but I'd have put that suit on even if it was bigger. You know what I'm saying? And so I said, golly, that's the suit. And the shoes were neat. And, and the set across socks. I thought, this to me was really the highlight of everything that I'd ever been in. And so Medgar started to work with this white woman named Hazel Brandon Smith, who ran a little newspaper down in Lexington, Mississippi, and called the Mississippi Free Press, I think. And so Medgar would get with us after this paper were delivered to him, and we would help him distribute them. And so this is how I'm now beginning to be more involved. We got this little movement that ain't really off the ground, and we are really helping Medgar with this distributing this newspaper. And I'm reading about the beatings and the lynchings and things that are happening. And here I get a chance. I learn about Aaron Henry up in Clarksdale now. He's prominent in this newspaper, Medgar. And then I'm reading about George Lee being murdered, over in a town called Belzone. And most of these places I'm not familiar with any of them. These are names. And even the Emmett Till thing is still in the back of my mind that happened out there in the Delta. And there's some beatings up in Clarksdale that Henry is dealing with, the NAACP. So one afternoon, as we were distributing these newspapers, downtown, we were arrested, those of us who were distributing Medgar's paper. And I call it Medgar's paper because he and Hazel Brandon Smith was doing the paper, but Medgar was helping her because she was dealing with some issues that no other, the Clarion Ledger, the Jackson Daily News would not deal with. And so In being around Medgar this particular day, I said, Mr. Evers, how are we going to stop white people from lynching us? You know, and Medgar took a minute or two, and he said, bring the guys by my office this afternoon around 3 o'clock. So round up all the, so several of us met Medgar in his office there on Lynch Street up in upstairs there. And he took this big map out of the state of Mississippi and drew a circle around the Mississippi Delta and said, here's how we start, with voter registration. And he talked about how the legislature was apportioned, how the people got to be there, and how many of them we could possibly send if we got up into the Delta and registered these people. Now it's coming to me about what Higgs and these people had talked about, voter registration, about, because that's what Bill here, and this is now dawning on me about voting and registering, and then I learned that Lawrence Guillot is in the state, and he's with SNCC, and so I don't know Guillot, but then one afternoon my friends and I were standing on the campus of Jackson State College, and they were contemplating going to college, and I was thinking about this is where I ought to go to college. And but I have not yet gotten my certificate of graduation. And but anyway, we were talking, and this big red fellow walks up to us and said, fellows, my name is Lawrence Guillot. I'm with SNCC. And he had an armful of papers, as he always had. And he whips out one of these papers and said, look, y'all get around. He said, this is a duplication of the application for voter registration. He said, any of you fellas here, 21? He said, but you can help register blacks to vote. And the vote is going to free us. We're going to get free through the vote. Said, now, I've got a headquarters on Rose Street. So come by there. Just come by. Y'all come and I'll talk to you. We'll talk about how. He said, there's a guy coming named Bob Moses, fixing to set up a voter registration project in the Mississippi Delta. Come by. He went on. We didn't think much about that.
What did you think of that?
Well, we were really I liked the way he approached this thing, because the salesmanship, the way he promoted himself and what he was doing. See, one of the things about me, I was always interested in these people who could project themselves and who could speak well, who just could words flow out of them. And I want to know how to do this. Yeah. How can I do this? So anyway, several days passed, and one day my friend James Jones and I were just goofing off. And each day we would go around over to Jackson State, because the young teachers are coming for the summer, young girls are coming and to the campus, and we go down there and stand around and pick at them and get a few phone numbers or something, and But anyway, so we dropped by 714, I believe, Rose Street, the Freedom House. We dropped by there one day, and Guillot was there, along with 2 or 3 other white guys, and who were people related, who were involved somehow in the movement. And so Guillot talked to us and went through this whole thing. He picked up on where Medgar had kind of got us to when he told us this was how it was going to be. And then God said, you got a chance to be right there in it.
Are Bevel and Diane, are they in the Delta by now? Are they staying with Mr. Anderson?
They're in the Delta. I don't know where they are really at this point, but that's where they were. Okay. They had been up with Amsey and worked with him and had worked in Ruleville. See, that's why we didn't have a bunch of trouble getting into Ruleville, because Bevel and Amsey had already been there, and Bevel had taken several of the young women from Ruleville to Southern Christian Leadership Citizenship Training over in Dorchester, Georgia. He had taken several of them, and they had been over there and been trained. And a lady by the name of Mary Tucker was one of these people.
I didn't know that had happened before you all went in.
Yeah, Bevel had been there. And but Bevel was constantly coming back in and out of Jackson because he's working for Southern Christian Leadership Conference for Dr. King. And Diane, I believe she was still with SNCC, or she was, they had gotten married. And but anyway, when
Let me ask you one more question.
Go
What
ahead.
was Diane like? What did you think of Diane at the time?
She was pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what mostly I thought about is her involvement here in all of these guys, and of course there were several other women, but she was always outspoken, and usually women had kind of been more in the background, and most of the women that I knew, girls, I knew, were more naive about things, and here she was right up front debating with Brooks and all of these other people, and she seemed she was a partner in this. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have no girl partners in our effort, because we considered ourselves to be, I guess, little gangsters. One of my favorite movie stars was Edward G. Robinson, and George Raft, and these guys, cause they were bad men, yeah. And the police didn't threaten them. They didn't feel threatened by the police. They seemed to be able to function and do things. And we didn't think about whether it's right or wrong, but they were in defiance of what things that stood in their way. And I was always now concerned about things standing in my way. Mm-hmm. That for somehow I can't, that seemed like every space that I had, if a white man wanted that space, I had to get out of that space and give it to him. Mm-hmm. I had to always take a step to the side or a step to the back, and never a step forward. And so that bothered me. So if I'm getting involved here and they tell me that this vote is going to get Mr. Charlie off of my back, it's going to get Mr. Charlie in a position where that if I walked up to him, two equals a meeting, because the mentality had been that a white man don't shake a black man's hand. He don't look a white man in the face when he's talking to him. And he always assumed a subservient type position or attitude. Or when I walk up to him, I got to take my hat off and look down and hold my hat behind me, and that bugged me. I mean, it bothered me. And so Medgar had said that get up to the Delta, register these people, blacks outnumber whites. We could send this number of members to the legislature. This is how we're going to change things so we not treated bad, and this and the other. We're going to equal the playing field. And then Higgs had talked somewhat about that. He didn't go into that kind of detail. Medgar didn't go into, Giat goes now into organizing in various communities for voter registration. And now, Charlie Cobb, this is where I meet Charlie Cobb at the Freedom House. Now, Charlie Cobb had come through there on his way down to Texas to write a story about the freedom movement, and Giat had got him here and told him, say, ain't no need going way down there. Why you going? You can be up front. You can be in it. You can be a part of it. And that there's a guy named Bob Moses who's coming through here in a while, and he will take the people who are here ready to go to the Delta. And so, Cobbs is hanging around there with Giat, and my friends and I are going back to doing what we were doing, and not really thinking maybe none of this is going to happen. Who knows? Yeah. And Jesse is involved in a boycott there in Jackson, and we're helping him, and just kind of doing things. And then Giat sends word that Bob is coming on this particular night, which was going to be a Saturday night, August 1962. He's going to come to Freedom House, and he's going to take with him the people who Giat have recruited, and to the Delta. So myself, James Jones, Charles Cobb, and another student from Linear named Landy McNair is there. May have been some others. So now Bob Moses is coming all day long. We're hanging around. And I'm thinking that this guy, Bob Moses, since he's been talked about and everybody's talking about him, that he's Paul Bunyan type, 7 feet, 395 pounds, bass voice, and we all there kind of having a punch or whatever it is we're having, and sandwiches, and after a while, people are coming in the door. Then after a while, Giat gets up and says, okay, we're going to listen to Bob Moses. And I'm looking all around because, I haven't seen this fella that I'm expecting come in. I've seen people coming in, and then he says, you got it, Bob. And this little fella come out of the background out there. And what Bob maybe about 5'9", 5'10", somewhere in there. And certainly not what I was expecting. And so my name is Bob Moses. And then he goes to talking about the movement and talking about voter registration and about stuff like that and freedom and all of this kind of stuff. And now, instead of expecting this big, tall guy who could seem like his voice would calm the sea, there's this little fella, little meek-like fella but he's saying important things. He's the words are. So now I'm catching on now to him, because he certainly ain't what I expect. I expected him to come with an axe,
Larger than life.
Yeah, larger than life, like the giant in in the story of Jack and the Beanstalk.
So you're expecting Bob to be like...
Yeah, this giant, that can speak and things happen. Turn the world upside down, and hit on the table and silence in the auditorium of thousands of people. That kind of. But then it's his thought pattern and his ability to reach out and say things that touch you, and So, but anyhow, so we sat around there a while. And then Giat and Bob talked, and we're headed for Greenwood. This is August I believe, 1962. And we load up in a car, Cobbs, myself, Landy, James Jones, and Bob. And we're heading for Greenwood, Mississippi, up in the Mississippi Delta, place I had heard about, and and was really anxious to see. I had accidentally been through the Delta once, and that was because I was on a Greyhound bus coming from Chicago and took the wrong bus in Memphis. Instead of taking the bus that traveled Highway 51, I'd accidentally got on the bus because it said Jackson. It was going to Jackson, but it was coming around through the Delta, and it was, but I never saw the Delta. Yeah. This is my opportunity now. Look like I'm going to be in the Delta, and I was anxious, but it was at almost 11 o'clock at night when we arrived in Greenwood, and Bob met there with Sam Block.
So Sam's already in Greenwood at that point?
Yeah. Sam Block, LaVon Brown, and maybe Willie Peacock. I'm not sure whether Peacock come in later, but anyway, LaVon Brown from Jackson, one of my friends who had gone on the Freedom Ride, was there with Sam. See, Sam was from Cleveland, Mississippi, and Amzie was his hero. And Bob met Sam when he visited Amzie. And Sam was inspired by Bob. Sam was a student at Mississippi Valley State University, and he was pissed off because of when they went to Greenwood, the way they were treated, black people, kids, and the town of Greenwood, and was segregated, and blacks had no rights that white people had to respect. There was no respect of black people. And he was a college student, and he felt like he ought to at least be getting a little bit of attention, other than cursed out and run out of town. So Sam asked Bob to allow him to set up a voter registration drive in Greenwood, in LaFleur County, and work LaFleur County. Greenwood is in LaFleur County, and to allow him to work down there. So Bob dropped Sam off in Greenwood one night or something that he was up here in the Delta with Amzie. And so Sam had been there, and he had finally located. When Sam first went in there, he didn't have no place to stay. I mean, he slept in old cars in the junkyard for several weeks. And then every morning he would appear talking to people in the streets and around in Greenwood. And people were afraid of him, really, because what he represented. And Sam finally, he got a house. What he got was a black photographer named Barnes in Greenwood to allow him to set up a SNCC office on the second floor of Barnes' studio. And so Sam did that. And when we came up there that night, Sam Block and LaVon Brown and these other guys had already been visited by the Klan, the White Citizens Council, and run out of that building. And now the blacks in Greenwood was really tightened up now. They were tight. They wasn't allowing nothing that touched the movement to be in. And Barnes was threatened by the white community. And so that night after strange things, and when we got into town and we were asking about Sam, people knew he was there. And they had been run out of that office. And Sam and LaVon Brown and whoever else was there with them, may have been Willie Peacock, were hid in the black community. They were deep into the black community, and they were hid in an area of houses where a lot of black folks lived. And Amsey Moore said they've never counted all of the black folks in Greenwood and Greenville and Clarksdale. These were 3 towns, he said, that it was impossible to count them because most of them were kind of, because they got welfare checks or they got food commodities. That's what was the food stamp then, and that they were functionally anonymous was Ams's word.
Interesting.
That they came out, did whatever they had to do, but you could never find them, and you didn't know how many of them lived in a house. He said the census have never counted all of the black folks in these towns because they lived so packed.
I've been in that part of Greenwood. It is.
Over there in that area.
Yeah.
I mean, they are in there. I mean, from Highway 49 going east and Highway 82 and the river, because the white folks are on the north side of the river, and over in here, all of these blacks, thousands of them, and that's going to play a role later in something in the Meredith March.
All right.
It's a Black Power, So anyway, after Bob and Sam has talked and everything there, and they had finally they had been sleeping in a pool hall at night after the pool hall closed. This guy who ran the pool hall was allowing them, since they didn't have nowhere to be, to stay in the pool hall, to slip back in after they closed up. So Bob and Sam talked and everything, and then Bob took myself, Landy McNair, and Charlie Cobb to Ams's house. We hit the highway, Highway 49 east.
So did you show up in Greenwood that night after they went out on the when they went out the window?
No, we showed up there a few nights after that.
All right.
That had happened before we got there, and Bob was going up there because Sam could have left if he wanted, but Bob offered him the opportunity to get out of there but Sam was determined to stay. I think one of the things that kind of tied us all together of the group that Bob was able to get up was this desire to break out of the box, and because Sam was pissed off because of the way he, but anyway, we went on, drove through Ruleville, Mississippi that night on our way to Cleveland. And as we approached the Ruleville, Bob told us that there's a curfew here, and the black folks have to be off of the road in their houses in this community. Now it's already midnight, maybe 10, 15 minutes after midnight, and we're driving a convertible Oldsmobile, and Bob's driving, and we're creeping through Ruleville. Now I'm looking at any minute, thinking at any minute, some Bonnie Fife type is going to spring out from behind a building, and we're going to get arrested and be in jail in this little one-horse town. And I write about this story on my, back in the day, writing a report was important. And making a record. Bob always said, make a record. And I wasn't used to doing a lot of writing. My best paper in college was a D when I got there. But anyway, I did jot down stuff. And then things that I thought important, I wrote it down. And but this particular night, man, I'm sitting there on pins and needles, thinking that we're going to wind up in jail in this town, but we made it on through. And the sweetest sign that I ever saw was the sign that Ruleville behind us. We were on Highway 8 headed for Amherst to Cleveland, and when I finally looked back and saw that sign said Ruleville, Mississippi, I felt safer. And so when we finally got to Cleveland to Ames's house at 614 Christmas Street, I was surprised at Ames's house. You know, in other words, we done been in Greenwood for a few minutes, and I ain't seen no brick houses for black folk, because I really didn't get around that much. We never got off that little area on Avenue I, right there, kind of little business type area, you know. And I never got off that, but as we traveled on through the community, I didn't never see what I would consider middle class dwellings. But they were there in those days, but all of the blacks had to live together in those days. There were no middle class settlement out there with 15, 20, 30 brick houses and nice cars, and they were there, but they were all the blacks had to live together. So a school teacher with a good salary and a nice car would be living next door to a shack that's falling down in those days. So anyway, but when I get to Ames's, we come off the highway. The way we came in, I didn't get to see a lot of Cleveland, and it's after midnight, and all of a sudden, here we are pulling up in front of this nice brick house, and we're going there to see a black guy. And so we got there. Ames's was up and waiting for us, and we go in, and nice living room and dining table and kitchen and everything is here. And Bob and Amesy talked all night. I don't ever remember them going to bed, but Amesy, before we fell asleep, told us kind of the history of his life and involvement after the war, and what he in the NAACP there, and what he had been doing, and Amesy operated a business there, and nice business, cafe and gas station, and the troubles that he had been having getting money, and how Ella Baker had helped him by setting him up with Tri-State Bank in Memphis, because the banks wouldn't make him a loan. They had tried to fire him from his job at the post office, and because he was a federal employee, he was able to keep his job, and that he had managed to function kind of anonymously, because what he did was Amesy organized the NAACP there, and he'd put on his overalls and old clothes and old hat and go out onto the plantations and to register people. Then he had a choir, and he would take his choir on a Sunday to the churches in the very surrounding community. And while they are singing and people are shouting, Amesy is writing NAACP memberships, and the little ladies and things in there helping him right by, and they're passing up the little envelopes with the fee in them, and for the NAACP. And next morning, Sunday morning, Bob Moses wakes us up, said, "Let's go." We didn't know where we was going. He said, "We're going to church." And I'm trying to figure out now. I'm not a church-going person, not very much now, but then not at all. And we're going to church, and so we load up in Bob's car, in Ames's car, and I learned that we're going to Ruleville. Gee, yes, darn, I'm glad it's daylight. And so we go to Ruleville, and we drive through the way we came in there, and go to a little church right at the edge of the community of Ruleville called Mount Galilee. That was the name of the church. And it is here that Bob and Amesy and had set up for us to meet the black leadership in Ruleville, who had requested SNCC organizers to help them set up and carry out their voter registration drive to help get blacks registered. Yep. Bob and Amesy brought us to Mount Galilee Church, and the service was taking place there, and we stayed for the service, and then after the service was over, Bob introduced us to Mr. Joe McDonald, his wife Rebecca, George Jordan, Miles Foster. These are local community people, Jack Sisson and his wife, and Mary Tucker. These are people who are wanting to register to vote. Bevel have been through there, and he's talked with them about voter registration and about getting registered. Sunflower County is a county where 70% of the population is black. Each one of the little, there's 6 small communities and that are incorporated, and they have white mayors, white aldermen. Everything is white, constables, justices of the peace, all are white people, and yet blacks are 70% of the whole county. And but they then had very few, if any, people registered to vote because of the violence and intimidation and the murder of Till and that kind of and the forced. They were forced to run the NAACP out of the county. The post office and people who received mail from the NAACP turned that mail over to the White Citizens Council. So what they wanted was to bring in the SNCC people who could organize around, without the fear of taking the steps to help them get registered to vote. And Amzie Moore had promised them SNCC people. See, Bob and Amzie had met a year or so earlier. And at that time, when Bob wanted to talk about voter registration, SNCC was not ready. SNCC was into demonstrations. And so rather than settling in the Delta in the early days of SNCC, they went to Macomb where they could, they started demonstrations and kids walked out of school, and a lot of pressure was put on the local people there. And so Bob and SNCC had to get out. And so then they moved into Jackson, and then now this project is developing in the Delta. So Mount Galilee that day, Bob and Amzie assigned us to live in the home of Joe McDonald and his wife. They had agreed to take us SNCC people in, all 3 of us, Landy, Charlie, and myself, to take us in and to assist us to their ability to get registered to vote. So they took us home that evening after that service. Bob and Amzie. Now this is one of the things that I always kind of tease people about. I said, well, Bob, he just brought us through there and dropped us off and said, sink or swim. So and so he left us there. And next morning, after our first night there, Charlie, myself, and Landy walked out into the community. I believe, if I make no mistake, Charlie was straightening it out. He's written a lot of this. And we walked out into the community to familiarize ourselves with the community. And after we had gone a few blocks, this white car, pulls alongside of us. And this little white man steps out and said, "You niggas get in the car." And I said, "For what?" And because this 38 says it. And,
Okay.
and we looked at one another and got in the car. And we were taken to the city hall in Ruleville and told to take seats. So we took seats. The mayor went back in the back room and made some phone calls. And then he came back and he said, if I were you niggas, I would go back to New York. I would go back to New York. I'd get out of here now. If you don't, something bad is going to happen to you. And I said, we're not from New York. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. So He went and made some phone calls, and then he came back and said, "You niggas can go." And so just as we were leaving, now, when we were arrested, how the black folks who were out on the porch looking and everything, who were not aware of what was happening until they saw the mayor and saw us get into the car, and then they disappeared. You know, they went in and hid. And you could see them peeping out of the windows from around the corner of the house or under the house or whatever. Kids, nobody was anywhere. Well, anyway, the mayor this guy told us to get in the car. We didn't know who he was. He's a white man with a gun. And so he drove us off and carried us to the city hall. Now when he finally tells us we can leave, I says, "You're not going to carry us back to where you got us?" And he said, "No, hell no." I said, "Now, you told us you didn't want no trouble. You didn't want." I said, "Now, you're going to allow 3 strange black kids to be walking around the community lost because we don't know how to get back to where." He said, "Get y'all's ass in the car." But now, a part of this to me, and I believe to Charlie and Landy, certainly to me, is that now we're here to register blacks and to help them overcome the fear. And now, if he took us back to where we were, where these people could see we're still alive, then that's going to have why didn't we get killed? Why couldn't he run us out of town? Why are we allowed to come back? See, that's what was in my mind. And it worked. He carried us back to right where he had picked us up and put us out. Now these blacks who were out, who saw his car come back, were sitting all out at first. They disappear again. And then when we get out of the car and he pulls away, then they back out. And a young guy by the name of Lafayette Cerny was one of the kids who walked out to where we were. And he said, "Man, I thought y'all was gone." I said, "Gone?" He said, "Yeah, man, we thought y'all was going to be thrown in the river, that y'all was surely dead. We were going to read about you and hear about y'all. What happened?" And so we told him who we were, what we were doing. And he said, I said, "We're going to have to work this community. We're going to have to meet people." And he said, "Well, I'll walk with y'all and show you people." So that's what he did. He walked around the community and introduced us to those who would allow us to talk to them. And certainly young people. You know, he was a recent graduate of Rouville High School. And so he knew a bunch of folk, and people knew him. And so we walked around all of that, the rest of that evening, and there was a mass meeting being held at William Chapel Church in Rouville that evening. So that evening we went to the meeting, and he came with us. And so at that mass meeting, we talked about taking people down to register to vote, and we wanted to take a group down right away so we could get the feel of it. And so that night, 5 people agreed to go down to register to vote. And this was on a Monday. We were going to take a group down that Wednesday. And so they would meet at the church at 8 o'clock in the morning. And so at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, we came to the church, and 2 old ladies, 2 or 3 old ladies met us there. Of the 5, only 3 people met us there, I think. I knew it wasn't more. And Irene Johnson, who was one of the local ladies there involved in the movement, had her son to drive. It was decided that I would be the first person to go with a group down there. Charlie and Landy would stay in the community and operate and canvass and continue to do things, be present. And And so I got in the car, and we took the two old ladies. They were in the back, and Tommy Johnson, Irene's son, drove us to Indianola. Now, in one of the papers that I wrote, I described that trip to Indianola. And I also talk about the fear that was in me as we drove up to this statuesque courthouse. And it was my intention to lead these ladies into the courthouse. But now when we parked in front of the courthouse, without I knew anything, they were already out of the car. And they were walking up to the courthouse. So here I come behind them and really looking for some sheriff's deputy or some Ku Klux Klan member, some white citizen council person to meet us or to come and with baseball bats or something, and I'm hesitant. I'm still walking. These ladies are walking up, then they're going up the steps into the courthouse. I still haven't made it to the door. And then they went in. And just as I walked into the door, they were coming back because the office was closed. They couldn't get into the courthouse. So here I stand in this building, and I could see a sign that says, Sheriff's Office, Colored Interest, water fountain, colored, little dingy thing off there for colored. And looking around, there wasn't a single black face in the courthouse other than a janitor who came out, and he seemed to be glad that we could get on away from that. He didn't say nothing, and he just kind of looked frightened, and he didn't know I was too. But now, as I walk out of the courthouse, these ladies are walking down the walk back to the courthouse. So I kind of stopped and looked back at the courthouse, and I thought about George Lee, about Emmett Till, Max Charles Parker, these people who had been lynched, killed by whites. And George Lee had been killed about voter registration, about not taking his name off of the book and stop encouraging other people. And here I am, here in a little town all alone. The jailhouse is right across the street. You could see the bars up there. There's a bow running along the bow there, and it looked like something out of the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, And I'm thinking about I get into the car, and I said to myself, damn, I got to grow up. I got to grow up. I'm going to be making this trip numerous other times, perhaps. And that perhaps was whether or not I was going to stay in the Delta now. You see what I'm saying? Yep. Now, am I going to stay up here? If I'm going to stay here, I've got to be able to not be frightened myself. So I told my friends, and I mentioned it in something I wrote about growing up there, becoming a man. I was a boy, and so now I'm thrown into this situation here. And I thought about it, damn, Bob threw us into this, and we came in with our eyes open, but we didn't realize what these people here knew, and that was fear. And you don't see nobody, but they're there. This is the seat of power.
How do you think those ladies were able to just walk right up like that?
And this is what, if you look at this period, these are people who were born in the 30s, the 40s, maybe some back into the 20s. And they had great hope. of seeing things different. Some things change. And they had, in a sense, changed because they had came up on a plantation. And they knew about the plantation boss and the power and the authority of this guy over their lives. And that the legal system protected them, these owners. And so their hope was that they would see enough change that their children, wouldn't have to live like they did. And so the guy asked me one day, he said, why did the blacks go and register in spite of this fear? Mm-hmm. And it had to do with their wanting to get out of the box. I tell you, it was really, this was a transforming moment for me. I said, what am I going to do? What am I going to tell Charlie and Landy when I go back and tell them that I'm going back to Jackson? How am I going to say to Medgar, who said this is the way we stop Mr. Charlie from lynching us, and I got up there and thought about my own lynching. I hadn't thought about, my lynching. And so all the way back, I'm thinking.
So the ladies, they didn't even get to take the test?
They didn't get to take the test, no. But now these ladies came back again and again. If you check the records for that period, 1962, that August, through thousands of black people from the Delta, from that area, because the population of Rouville wasn't even 2,000 at that time. So almost every adult person in Rouville at one time or another during that period went to the courthouse, and some of them's name appeared every week in the paper, because they had to publish, the names were published in the newspaper of those people who made application to register to vote. But when I got back to Rouville and was talking to Charlie and Landy about this, what I think sold me on the idea of really staying was that several days after that, we held another mass meeting. And at this meeting, Miss Mary Tucker and them brought in folks from the plantation. Now, Fannie Lou Hamer is one of these people, but I don't know her at this time, see? I don't know her. So she raises her hand as one of the people in this next group to go down to register to vote. So we had about 20 some people who said that they would go. And so as a result, Amzie and Bob and Bevel rented a bus from a guy in Cleveland, Mississippi, who hauled sharecroppers to work, labor to the field, and each year took that bus load of people from the Delta to Florida to pick fruit and to make money over the summer between the harvesting seasons. So on that day that we got, August 31st now, remember we started out August the 19th. August 31st, 1962, a bus of 18 people, included in this bus was Fannie Lou Hamer. And we took that bus to Indianola with this group of people on it to register to vote. And this time, Bob and Jim Foreman and a bunch of the SNCC people met us at the courthouse. I was on the bus with this group. I don't know Fannie Lou Hamer, and I don't even know her at all, because I was not at the meeting the night this next meeting was held. I had gone somewhere, Jackson, or was in Greenville or somewhere on that night. So all I know, that morning was I was to be one of the ones to ride on the bus with the group. I think maybe Charlie was on that bus or Landy. Somebody that was.
I think Charlie was.
Okay.
I think he said that.
Okay. Well, Charlie wrote these stories, and he wrote them like myself. What I saw, what took place, but anyhow, when we got to Indianola, the people got off and went in, and this little lady, stocky lady, led the group on up to the courthouse there, and they went in and they took the literacy test. First time now that they getting a chance to take the test, the man was there. He probably knew we were coming, cause word had been out and around. He obviously knew it. So he don't want this. Probably told him, don't cause no problem. You let the niggas in and y'all let them make their applications, cause they ain't gonna get registered no way. And anyhow, when they had all taken the test and got ready to go, the city police stopped the bus and arrested the driver of the bus. And now on this bus is these 18 people and me. Because I think at this point, Charlie joined Bob and the others when they left and went to wherever another. One of the things was Charlie was planning to write. Right. See, he never planned to be a stationed organizer in the community, and but anyway, he stayed around in the Delta here a while. But they took the driver back to the city hall and charged him with driving a bus the color of a school bus. There was too much yellow in the bus. Now here this man has been driving this bus, hauling people to all of the plantations around that would hire him and hire these people. And then he had taken this bus all the way to Florida and back numerous times. Now all of a sudden on this particular day, it's too yellow. Okay, $30 was the fine. Now while they were away, the bus parked out on the highway, 49, headed back to Rouville. We own that bus. And white men in trucks with guns are driving by and yelling insults and niggas all gonna get killed. Niggas go home. You ain't gonna be voting. We ain't gonna have no niggas voting. And so the people on the bus was real nervous. And at this point, I didn't see I didn't think they was going to shoot us up. I thought maybe they might run us off of the road when we got started. Mm-hmm. Now I'm trying to, but as the people were uneasy, then this singing. Paul and Silas bound in jail, had no money to go to bail. And somebody says, that's Miss Hamer. That's Fannie Lou. Now this is my first hearing of her. So now the driver come, we proceed on back to Rouville with these trucks and these men following us and yelling and passing in front of us. And I'm thinking they're gonna run us off the road, because I felt like that would be the easy way for them to get away with this, is that the driver ran off the road and it was not somebody's fault. But it did, and we made it to Rouville, and the people got off and went home. Some of these riders, these men, followed the bus around to see where these people were getting put off at their houses. And but then Fannie Lou Hamer got off and was taken out to the Marlowe plantation, where she and her husband and two adopted daughters live. And when Miss Hamer got there and went in the home getting ready to take her bath and everything, the boss man of the plantation drove up in front of the house and said, "Pap, did you tell Fannie Lou that I wanted to see her?" And he said, "Yes, I did." And so Miss Hamer heard them out there, and she walked out on the porch and said, here I am, Mr. D. And he said, Fannie Lou, you've been over there trying to register to vote. He said, we're not ready for that. And either you go back to Indianola, withdraw your application to register to vote, or you gotta leave. You gotta leave my plantation. So that was when Miss Amos said she thought about it and said, Mr. D, I didn't go for you. I went for myself. Golly, I thought that. You think about that. You know, here, this woman, black, challenging this man. Damn. And I said, shit, look at this. Now, what happened then was they talked it over, her family, and said, okay, you go, Fannie Lou, and we'll stay here, bring in the crop. They were sharecroppers, and they owed the man a crop. And if they had left without bringing in the crop, then he had a legal reason to charge them or to, have them arrested or sue them or whatever to get his money, to get his share of the crop. Okay, so Ms. Hamer, being the woman that she was and trying to be fair and just, left them there and caught her a ride with one of her neighbors from the next plantation into Rouville to the lady's house that got her involved, Mary Tucker, to Mary Tucker's house. And Tucker told her, said, you could stay with me as long as you want to. Okay. Now, 10 nights later, night riders rode through the Rouville community, shot up the community, shot into the house where we were staying at the McDonald's, shot into Sisson's house, shot into Mary Tucker's house where Fannie Lou was staying, and 2 students at Jackson State College who were visiting their relatives at the Sisson's were shot. And of course they didn't die. But then the mayor of Rouville that next day went to Joe Mack's house where we were living, Joe McDonald, where Charlie and the rest of us were living, and took his gun. And he told him he was taking it for his protection. So we were in Greenwood, had been in Greenwood all that day, meeting and trying to see where we get plans for what our next moves and everything's going to be. So when we came home that evening, Joe McDonald told us that he had been visited by the mayor and that the mayor had taken his gun. And we said, hey, man, you don't have no right to take your gun. You got a right to have a gun to protect yourself and your family and your home. And Joe said, Shona? I said, yeah. Said, you got a government book, history book? See, Joe McDonald's son had just graduated from high school with Lafayette Cerny. And he said, yeah, I got one. So his wife went and got the history book and brought it back, and Cobbs opened it to the back where they had the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, and told him, Second Amendment here gives you that right to. He said, sure enough. He said, yeah. He said, fold that page down. So Charlie folded the page down. Every morning before we left, we would meet with the McDonald's, have coffee and tell them kind of what our day was going to be like, what we'd be doing. Because after all, we were there at their request, and we reported to them, to this group. And so, and Bro Joe wasn't at the table. I mean, Charlie said, Charlie was talking to somebody, he was conspicuously absent. I mean, because Brother Joe was 6 feet tall, dark, handsome guy, and he wasn't at the table. So Miss McDonald, where's Brother Joe? Said he went to the city hall. we didn't think nothing about it. We kept on getting ready to go out for the day. And because, light bill, gas bill, whatever you have to do, you go transact that business at the courthouse. And just as we started to walk out the door, Joe Mack's truck pulled up in front of his house. He had a fence around his house. He pulled up in front of the house. Joe steps out, holding his gun. Because he knew that his neighbors knew that the mayor had come and taken his gun, and they never expected him to see the gun again, And really, they never thought, and really if Joe had, if Joe had told us the night before we were going to do that, we would have wanted to go with him, or we would have told him to wait and let the lawyers get that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But Joe told us, well, Brother Joe, what happened? He said, well, I went down to the city hall and I told the mayor, I come to get my gun. Look, now here I am. Boy, and I'm, the courthouse scene with these old ladies and the bus ride, Fannie Lou Hamer standing up to this man. Damn. So now, so Joe said he told the mayor, said, I come to get my gun. The mayor said, the mayor told him, said, tight head nigga, you are gonna get killed. You get them boys out of your house. If you don't get them boys out of your house, something bad's gonna happen. And he said, he just stood there looking at the mayor. Mayor was a little fella. He's about my height, Mayor Durrell, Charles Durrell. Now, and we had learned he's Charles Durrell by Lafayette Cerny had told us, because we didn't know who he was when he first picked us up. But Lafayette Cerny had told us about it, told us a lot about him. And but anyway, he said the mayor, he stood there, and the mayor stood there. And he's looking at the mayor. So the mayor's looking up at him, Here's this black guy. Can't even read and write. Said the mayor standing there looking at him like he could bite his head off. And Joe said, first time he'd ever looked a white man in the face. Talked to him, defied him. And Joe said, the man said, well, you get them boys out of your house. And Joe said, I come to get my gun. Said the mayor looked at him and he said, why, what you mean you come to get your gun? He said, do I have a right to have a gun? The mayor said, no. He took this book from under his arm, laid it out to that page. The mayor looked at it and said, nigga, you gonna get killed. You and them boys. You gotta get them boys out of here. Went over there in the corner, got his gun, gave it to him, told him to get out of there. So now Joe is back home with his gun held high, and his neighbors all come out. Joe, what happened? And he's telling them. And so we had been having maybe 20, maybe sometime 30 people at the mass meeting. That next meeting, the church was overflowing. And you know who was the speaker? Joe McDonald. Brother Joe, from then on, we limited our involvement in Ruleville because now we've got Joe. Joe and these ladies are meeting citizenship classes, so we move on to Indianola and to town of Sunflower and Greenville, and back there we still maintain our place there, but we moved around more now because we got Ruleville moving. Irene Johnson and these people are canvassing, and so first of all, I'm puzzled here about this fear that these people have but they are willing to walk out there. You see, especially now because of what they now know. You see what I'm saying? In other words, Joe didn't know he had that right. These people have seen the man dominate their lives, and there was nothing they could do about it. And so what we've done, come and kind of gave them a little lift in, the spirit, stuff they wanted to do, wanted to say, but were afraid. We are now kind of absorbed, and we're between them and the man. And so a little, and then we thought about, and I'm sure Charlie and the rest of them, Ella Baker. Go to the people who have the least. Motivate them, stimulate them, educate them to the best of your ability, and then get out of their way. Get out of their way. And that's what we did.
When did you meet Ms. Baker?
I met Ella Baker at a SNCC conference. I'd seen her several times before, but I only met her at Biloxi on the Gulf Coast when we had the meeting to decide for the summer project.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I actually met her. I had seen this little lady. I didn't know who she was. Yeah. And they had talked, she had talked, and Bob and the rest of the people, she had been introduced to us. But I didn't see her significance other than a guidance person, a counselor, because she always spoke, said we'd get to debating and get to an impasse or something, and then she would come in and logically, get us back on the right track and stuff like that. So, but I only met her when we went to Biloxi, Gulfport, wherever it was on the Gulf Coast, Pascagoula, somewhere down there, to get ready for the summer project, and where Bob laid it on the table. But so following her teaching is what we got from Bob and Foreman and Bevel and these people. See, because she taught them, and they had taught her, and then I'd read a little bit about her and about this, and heard Ruby Doris Smith and SNCC talk about her, Ella Baker. They admired her, and I was always kind of interested in knowing these important folk and how they did things, how they reasoned stuff, and how they were able to get us back on track. To say those words that would keep things moving. Even from way back in Medgar, I'm interested in this as I'm learning. See, because what really helped me really decide to stay in the Delta was the Fannie Lou Hamer connection here. She's kicked out of her home. She's leaves her family on the plantation. She comes into Ruleville. The place is shot up. People are wounded. Nothing is done about this. And she's still that person who is out there, steady moving. The man didn't make her go back and withdraw her application because she didn't want to. And she'd been wanting to leave the plantation all of her life. She was born on the plantation. Her mother was on a plantation. Her great-grandmother was a slave. Her great-grandmother was a slave. And all of her life she had seen this man and his power. And what has happened is SNCC has come and have given her the motivation to challenge the man. Golly. Okay. Then, after the place was shot up, she still don't go back and withdraw her application. Her family is still on the plantation. And then Bob Moses assigns me to go and locate this woman, Fannie Lou Hamer, who had gone down the register, went through this, place was shot up, and who was the first person of the group that she went down with to raise her hand to go register to vote. Okay, now, I get the assignment. I go looking for Fannie Lou Hamer because now she's no longer living with Miss Tucker. She's gone to live with relatives up in Tallahatchie County. So I find out where Tallahatchie County is. It's the rec.
In the city where you are.
Yeah. I'm really lost up here. I only know my way to the courthouse and to Ams's house and to Greenwood at this time. You know what I'm saying? And, so anyway, I ask people about where to go, and they tell me, they give me direction. And black folks, you ever got direction from black folks, you got lost. But
Where the tree used to be.
yeah, take a right up there at a store up on top of the hill that was there 20 years ago, and they done tore it down now. And you'll find a big pecan tree 20 miles down the road there, and they done plowed that up and planted cotton. And so I take off, driving a convertible 1957 Chevrolet car with a Hines County tag on it belonging to Dave Dennis.
Uh-oh.
And so here I am driving up and hunting for the place, and got lost and got off on a road listening to these people and got stuck in the mud. Mm-hmm. The car got the car off the road because I'm not used to driving on gravel. Mm-hmm. I'm used to driving on the highway, pavement. I grew up in Jackson, Mississippi. I ain't used to this. But and a white farmer comes by, sees me over there in the ditch, and said, "Boy, what you done?" And I told him that I'm not used to driving up here in the Delta, and he said, "Yeah, I see you from Hines County. What you doing way up here?" I said, "I'm up here visiting my relatives. I go to school down in Jackson, and I'm up here to visit my relatives, and I just got lost." He said, "Well, boy, you get in the car, and I'm gonna get you out." So he hooks the winch thing to the car, pull me out. I thank him, and he said, "Now you stay out of ditches now." I said, "Yes, sir." And so I go on and finally cross Highway 49 and driving back up to the highway there, and I ran into these black guys sitting at a little store. I really am reluctant to ask them because I don't want to be lost no more. But I go over there and ask them, and I'm about where the people, Fannie Lou's relatives, have told me up in Tallahatchie, in a little town called Casilla. And I'm there, and I tell these guys what I'm looking for. They say, "Oh yeah, I know Fannie Lou. They call her Hip."
Yeah.
Say, I know Hip. I said, "You do?" "Yeah." Say, "You see that house up there?" He said, "That's where you'll find her." And man, I'm happy as I don't know what now. I've been lost and then taken all day long. It's in the evening now. And to get right here, and then it ain't far from where I was, but it's the way I had gone all around listening to people. So now I'm up there. I go up there. It's been raining, pouring down, and it starts back to raining as I'm headed down to the house. And when I get there, up there it's a hill, and there's a plantation shack at the hill, top of the hill. I get out. And I don't want to walk in the mud, really, because, again, I'm used to walking on concrete streets and everything. But my mission is to get Mrs. Hamer, get her to Tougaloo College in Jackson. So I walk on up the hill, and I get up there, and it's a shack. If you've seen these plantation type houses, some of them have got a big open space in the middle with rooms on the side of it. It's a big open like corridor, and it opens on the back and the front, but there are rooms off to each side. And I get up there, and first, now it's pouring down, and I knock on the door, and a voice inside said, "Who is it?" And I says, "My name is Charles McLaurin, and I'm looking for Fannie Lou Hamer." The voice says, "Come in." So I go in open the door, and sitting right in front of me is this wing back chair, big chair, and a stove, wood burning stove, red hot. And this person gets up out of the seat and says, "I'm Fannie Lou Hamer." And I'm happy now. I have spent all day long looking for this little lady, and I finally found her. And I tells her that Bob Moses had told me to come locate you and bring you to Tougaloo College today. She says, "Have a seat, I'll be right with you."
Just like that.
You understand? Now think about that.
Just like that.
She don't even know me from Adam's house cat. Whether I'm a robber or murderer or burglar or whatever the hell I am. She says, "Have a seat. I'll be right with you." And she goes in there and packs up her little bag and everything. Come back. We go down the hill to that car, get in the car, and she talk all the way to Tougaloo College.
What's she talking about?
About her life. She's just talking about her life on the plantation, and all of the kinds of things that she's been doing, and how she wanted to get away from here, to get away, and about how she had tried and her family had tried to get away, only to be stopped by plantation people, a white man on the plantation killed their mule and broke up their plow and poisoned the stock, the pigs and stuff that they were going to use to make enough money to rent their own land to grow a crop. And so she talked all the way to Tougaloo and told me about her life. I don't know if I ever said very much because there was no in between, and I'm glad now to be getting out from up there, and I'm headed for Jackson. You understand? I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I get to Jackson. I don't know what Bob and them got up because he just said bring them to Tougaloo. So, you know, Bob had a way of just telling you or asking you to do things. He always asked. He never demanded. And you just do them because he said it, because you wanted to. You know, you really want to do it. And I'm thinking about whether or not when I get to Jackson, whether I'm going back up there or not. You know what I'm saying? So we get to Tougaloo and find out that this is a rendezvous point for people from Macomb and South to meet with those of us in the Delta and travel from Tougaloo to Nashville, Tennessee, to a SNCC conference. Mm-hmm. So now, when I learn about that, now I've got something else to think about because we're going to Fisk University. You see what I'm saying? To a college. And so now I'm interested in, now I'm interested in this because here's another learning opportunity for me. We're going away from Mississippi to Tennessee. And so that night we loaded up in the car, Hollis, and I meet Hollis. I never met Hollis. Dory and Joyce and Curtis Hayes and Victoria Gray. And, you know, I meet all of these people that Bob have got coming up to get to go to Nashville. So we load up in a car and several cars take off for Nashville. And Fannie Lou Hamer's in the car with, strange thing about this, now I was around 20, right at 20, I would be 20 soon, because I registered to vote shortly after I was in the Delta.
Tell me your thoughts about voting. Do you believe in it or not?
So I believe I was around 20 and going to be 21, in that December. So anyway, Fannie Lou was 44 years old. And nobody in that car or at the SNCC conference questioned her age. I didn't even know how old Fannie Lou Hamer was and really gave it any thought until, she had been in the movement for months, maybe a year or more. Everybody just, this is Miss Hamer. She was dubbed Miss Hamer. And that was what stuck with she was till the day she died. That's what she still is today, Miss Hamer, to SNCC people. And but anyhow, we took off for Nashville, had problems with tires tore up on the old car. We managed to get another tire, and we made it on to Nashville because we ran off of the road late at night. We were blessed to not get killed. And Dory, you ought to hear Dory tell that story. Man, we went off of the road, and we were basically asleep, And the guy, Landon McNeil, was driving the car, and he said, after we finally went off out in a field and back up on the highway and going backwards down the highway in the car, and they said, what happened? He says, I guess I went to sleep. But look here. So I think Ms. Hamer told him to get out from under the wheel. And I'm not sure. I think either Charlie or Hollis started to drive. Yeah. And when we got to Nashville, and then the next night, the conference, SNCC conference, this is where Fannie Lou Hamer is discovered. She, during the SNCC meeting, SNCC people, get up and go to testifying and about, this and that. And when Ms. Hamer came on and went to talking about the things, her life in song, singing, and then moving from that over into biblical Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego and Daniel in the lion's den and Paul and Silas bound in jail, the Hebrew children, all this kind of thing, how she could mix that all in and everybody's in there spellbound, because she has captured this conference of all of these big people, Jim Foreman and Bob and MacDoo and Julian Bond and all of these folk there at that meeting. And when the meeting broke up, James Bevel, myself, Emma Bell, James Jones, and Lafayette Cerny came back to the Delta. But Mrs. Hamer, they took Mrs. Hamer on a whirlwind tour of Northeastern universities and colleges.
Right from that meeting?
Right from that meeting. And I don't see her again until late in December. This conference was I believe it was either in October or November, right at the ending of October.
I think it was Thanksgiving.
Okay, and it was in November. It was in November, okay. And but I don't see her again until late in December. And by this time, her family had moved into Ruleville and paid off that debt. They had moved into Ruleville. So,
did Ms. Hamer or any of the other people up in Ruleville, they started trying to register, and then all of this this happens? Did they ever express any hesitation, any?
Nope. They got more involved. It invigorated the movement because now the people there were running it, really. In other words, I dropped through there, get them stuff that they needed printed up. I'd get it to Greenwater, to Greenville, or wherever it needed to go. And now I'm writing the reports. Charlie has moved on to another, because Charlie was in charge of writing the reports. Landon and I would sit down with him and we would go, but now I'm in charge of writing the reports. I got the town now. It's my project. Landon have moved on. And so I'm now there, and but these people kept me going. I never thought about going back to Jackson now because now I'm kind of in the middle. There's a song, a blues song. The guy said he said that he had found himself in the middle of a big fish fry. He said I was right in the middle of a big fish fry. And so here I am. All of a sudden, I'm right in the middle of all of these people. Fannie Lou over there, Joe McDonald, Irene Johnson, and all of these folk, these young people I've met, and all these young, good-looking women and things who are now coming to the project, and they're bringing me lunch. And there's an old white lady, there's a black lady there in town that was afraid of us, wouldn't even let us come to her place, and she's now inviting me to come and sit inside the door while she sit on the porch to talk to me. And she had this good bologna in her little old show. And she'd cut me a big slice of bologna and a red drink. And I would talk and she would tell me about what's going on. So now I'm the one. So I wrote letters. I remember there's a guy named Nick Barnes. He had got dishonorable discharge from the Army. And he told me his story. And I sat down and wrote it up and sent his letter. And he received an honorable discharge.
Wow.
So now we're empowering folk. You know what I'm saying? See, we had empowered Joe Mack and all of these people here who wanted to get out of this situation, this box. They wanted to overcome this fear. And we had helped them by bringing in the Justice Department, even though they didn't do much. We were bringing in the FBI, and they weren't doing nothing. But these people are not, and the mayor of the town is backing off of them. See, the last battle we had with him was when the insurance company canceled the insurance on the church, on William Chapel. And the mayor started making them pay a water bill, and they had been getting free water. And the insurance company and the mortgage holder on the church, so all of this pressure is now coming on them. And the mayor told them that all they had to do was run us out of town. Said, run these boys out of town, and you won't have this trouble. The church board met, to consider the question. Joe McDonald and these people, we ain't running these boys nowhere. Man, I said, shit. If I went back to Jackson, what would I be doing? I ought to go back there and go to college, because now I see the need, So I went down to Valley State one day when I was goofing off and learned about the equivalency exam, and went back 2 days later and took it, passed it, and so now we are up to a meeting in Biloxi to talk about Freedom Summer.
Yeah.
And then once we got there, talked about that.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah, I was against it because we had been working, we had registered very few voters. Almost no voters had come out of our effort. But we had brought these communities to a point where Greenwood, Greenville, Cleveland, Clarksdale, all these places where we've been working, we had established SNCC in a sense. We didn't organize SNCC chapters. We helped them put together local organizations where none existed, and we helped them to stimulate the NAACP and to help pull together meetings consistently in these various communities. So, and we had helped them kind of get over Mr. Charlie dominating their lives, because the white man, his wife, and children were more than they were. And they had to treat these children like they treated a man. And so we felt that I did, and I think Charlie, this is kind of some of what Charlie said, was that we're going to bring white people into the communities and put them in people's home, and they are going to be, the blacks are going to be again dominated. They're now going to be led by the people the white folks we brought in. We have kind of pushed Mr. Charlie back off of them a little bit, and he was allowing them to breathe a little better, because we had boycott in Ruleville and shut the town down in the period in here. When Ms. Hamer got back to Ruleville, we conducted a boycott. We hauled people to Cleveland to spend their money, and we boycotted Ruleville, and we had some new movement over in the town of Sunflower. And so I felt that this would all be lost. But just the opposite happened.
Yeah.
You know, we brought these kids, we had the training in Oxford, in Ohio, and brought these kids there. While they were there, Swanner, Goodman, and Cheney was killed. Bob came before them and offered them a chance to chicken out. Said, you know, nobody did. I don't think nobody left from Oxford. The kids all came. We brought them into the Delta. I met Tracy Sugarman there, but I had lived with him earlier. See, SNCC had sent several of us north to New York for rest and relaxation. Yeah. And they had sent us to these big, rich white folks out in Connecticut, Westport, Connecticut. Excuse me. And I was assigned to Tracy's family. And so we had already met and were friends. And Tracy heard about this coming together, and he came to the conference there, to the training session. And I met him there. He said, I said, Tracy, what are you doing here? You know, because all these other people were college kids, right. You know, from older, right? Yeah, and he's older guy, and he said, I was thinking about going south. I said, you don't have to think no more. You with me. You can come to my project, you know. And he told me then about how he had this contract to do these drawings of the movement. To portray the movement in picture, and I welcomed him. He came on my project, and then was very helpful. He brought a car. You know, the strange thing was SNCC didn't have a lot of transportation, but the car he brought was a car he rented, 1950, 64 Chevy Impala, canary yellow. And we were trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, always, you know. And yet we had, but hey, that's okay. It ran. It ran, and it was new. Yeah. And he was willing to drive it, and to be involved here. And we placed these blacks, for instance, we placed Tracy in the home of Rennie Williams and her granddaughter and her husband. They didn't have running water in the house. They didn't have toilet facilities in the house. Now here's Tracy coming from Westport, Connecticut, illustrated artist and writer, upper middle class, coming to, and we placed him there. And all of these other kids that came from other places, came from Linda Davis's daddy. One of the young white girls that came was a tax accountant, big time tax accountant up in New York, a lawyer and tax accountant. Congressman had a congressman's son from California.
I can picture him.
He on my project there, and he was in law school. He was Edwards. His daddy was Don Edwards, and he was Lynn Edwards, and he brought a car onto the project. And Dale Gronemeyer, communication specialist from way up in Minnesota, and all of these kids coming. It was my feeling in the early days that they would dominate these people that they were coming to live with were sharecroppers, shoe shine boys, garbage collectors, laborers, low paid laborers, poverty stricken. And I said, shit, they're gonna come in and undo everything we've done. Gonna put these people are gonna be subservient to them. But some interesting things happened. Tracy Sugarman, he went to live with the Williams. One morning, and I was living with Amsey Moore. Now, I didn't live in Ruleville no more. Now, I'm living in Amsey's house in Cleveland. And work in the Delta. I'm responsible for 2nd Congressional District now. But one morning as I came to Ruleville, cut around through town, I see Tracy's canary yellow car sitting up at a grocery store downtown Ruleville. I said, no, okay. We had our discussions and thing was that these kids were to not join not go off by themselves and to be as inconspicuous as possible, stay within the black community till we had reasons to go out. And I look and see Tracy's car over there at the supermarket. And then I look and see Tracy coming out of the store with bags in his arm, Rennie Williams and this little girl, Miss Williams, and her little granddaughter coming out of the store with bags, the little child eating a lollipop. I said, hey, what is this? And then another situation, we set up a freedom school there, had our freedom school, freedom house, and all these young kids from the North had set up a library. I went to Jackson and stayed 2 days getting ready to go to college. Because see, I'm going to lead the project after the end of Freedom Summer and go to college. So I had to go to Jackson and get some stuff done and see, what money my parents had and stuff like that, and to figure out some things. But anyhow, I'm on my way back to Ruleville, driving along the highway, and this big canary yellow and black Buick passed me on the highway with full of little black kids. Mm-hmm. They were hanging all out. Well, I don't think they were hanging out of the window, but this is the way I described it.
This is the way you imagined it.
Hanging all out of the window. And, let's say this thing's supposed to seat 6 people. It looked like there were 10 in there, okay? And there was this little white person. I wasn't sure it was a little white person. See, Linda Davis had gone home for a day or two to be with her daddy and family. And And when she came back, she brought this car. She drove back from New York in this car. And while I was away,
So you got all these yellow cars on your project.
man, look at here. I'm really right in the middle of all of this conspicuous happenings. You know what I mean?
Ready
But
to leave the state.
look here. I drove. I was curious. This car passed me, and I'm driving in the speed limit. Speed limit then, I believe, may have been around 55, no more than 60 anyway. But they had passed me. I was probably driving less than the speed limit because I wasn't in no hurry, and I didn't want to get stopped by the highway patrol or none of that. But so I saw this car and these little kids, and then it looked like I saw a little white woman down in there. And so I'm curious. So I speed up to see what this is. And this is Linda Davis, one of the Freedom School teachers. And she done been to Cleveland with all these little kids, and they done been to the drive-in theater. And they had, and they. I got back to, man, I was in shock, and then.
How'd you handle that?
Well, when we got back and we had a meeting, and we were also going to deal with one of the young white girls. We had told them to don't never leave at night, especially, but really to stay within and don't. One of the little girls had been to a nightclub out in the Bolivar County with some of the some people who lived there in Cleveland and Rouville, and not even none of our people with her. But anyway, so we were going to talk about that. So we met, and I'm telling you, I was so amazed about it. And when we talked about it and everything, and we just kind of confirmed the fact that we still wanted to be as protective, and we didn't want to place people's lives in jeopardy and stuff like that. And now I'm seeing what I thought was going to happen, that these children and these old people were developing respect for these kids. I mean, for the blacks who were living in their house. I mean, for the whites who were living in their house, and it was reciprocal. In other words, they were there, and they were calling these people Mr. and Mrs. and hauling them around to meetings, and started showing up at meetings with them in the car, and walking through the community. And hey, why would I say something about this other than be careful, always be watchful. It's dangerous still. But these people did just the opposite happened, man. They established relationships with these folk, even though I don't think there was any houses that they lived in that had running water in the house and bathing facilities. There's some pictures of some of these kids with a makeshift shower where they had put a bucket of water up and and pulling it over to bathe.
So it really changed.
They changed. All of a sudden, I felt different about white people. You see what I'm saying? Really, my objective for going, if you remember, was because of the large black populations and the possibility of registering these blacks to vote, to send blacks to the legislature, to elect blacks to local offices, which means that we were going to vote out white people in these offices. And that's all I thought about. That was my motivation earlier. And I didn't see how we were ever gonna connect with these white people in such a way that we could sit across the table from one another as equals. Just couldn't see it happening. And then these people came, and the people that I'm supposed to work with, that I'm part of, are working with them, living with them, and enjoying them. These people brought resources into these homes. They wrote back home about the situations that they lived in, and the people they sent clothing for their children, shoes and things, and then they brought books. And there was nothing, I tell you, one of the strangest happenings was for me to walk up to a freedom school in the morning where the kids are at school, and there'll be a classroom full of people 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. God, empowerment, So, man, and it always just made me feel so full and empty because I never expected these kind of things to happen. All I saw was registered voting them out of office, voting the people in office out, replacing them with blacks. I thought that would be a solution to the problem. But there's another something too. I thought that we was going to be able to come to the Delta, register all of these blacks, and go back home within the next 6 months. I figured that I would be back in Jackson in school within the next 6 months.
You thought you were going to do all that in 6 months?
Not just me, all of us.
Yeah.
Going to do it across the Delta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, see, I didn't understand the situation.
Yeah.
I didn't understand this fear. And I didn't understand the economics. You see? I didn't know. I was just, it was just getting the vote. And so the vote has always been my objective, and it still is. I thought we would, after we registered them all, I'd go back home, and I would know these legislators. I would have helped put them, these blacks.
You would have these connections.
I would know these people. And I was always interested in the law, and I said, well, I'll go back to Jackson, get an education, and go into law, become a lawyer. These people, and Fannie Lou Hamer, and all of these kinds of people that I met, it was Fannie Lou Hamer that made me feel closer to a God somewhere, because I don't know what I thought when, in other words, that religious thing was something, and it was not for me. I couldn't see the connection of religion, even though Dr. King and all of these ministers and people were around us all the time, and they were teaching us, but I was not tuned into that side of it. Yeah. Nonviolence was a technique with me. They said if we get violent, then the state, the national government could just wipe us all out and end our movement. So at least accept nonviolence as a method of bringing about change. And that's how I saw it. And I didn't see the role of the church except a meeting place to get things done related to the vote and to the movement. And when Fannie Lou Hamer often talked, one other thing was later, during Freedom Summer, we set up just before Freedom Summer, we set up our own mock election. See, we couldn't get registered to vote by the state rules and regulations that they had set up. So what we did was, since we had now got a lot of people coming to the courthouse to register to vote, and they're not really getting registered, they are being turned away because they either couldn't read, couldn't write, and they had to interpret a section of the Mississippi Constitution. Mm-hmm. And so we just kept bringing people, and now we decided that, hey, we've got to challenge this reading and writing. Because after all, Mississippi, the state have denied black people and was still denying the right to education. People only in the Delta only went to school 4 months out of a year. They had to plant and harvest crops. And so they had a short school session, and then most of the schools were ill-equipped with the kinds of resources that the children needed to make them totally aware of what's happening in their surroundings and around. Their basic mobility was from the plantation to Chicago, various places north once they got out of school. And so they really didn't have any educational broad and type education to make them more equipped for the jobs and opportunities that they could get up north. So a lot of training needed to be done. And it was in Ruleville that Charlie Cobb developed this freedom school idea. Once he went to the public school in Ruleville and elsewhere and saw the kinds of things that they were being denied, then he wrote about the need for some supplemental education to the little that they were getting.
I didn't know. Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 You want to stop?
Yeah, we're rolling again. Okay.
I think we were at the point where we are bringing all these people to the register to vote at LaFleur County, and then Sunflower County. And in LaFleur County, SNCC finally got a stable office there. And then Jimmy Travis, one of our SNCC organizers, was shot and wounded near Greenwood on his way with Bob and Randy Blackwell in the car. And when Jimmy was shot, they couldn't get him into the hospital in LaFleur County. And but anyway, when the shots were fired, they hit Jimmy in the back of his neck. Bob and Blackwell were not wounded at all. Then SNCC called a convening, say, of SNCC people in Greenwood, and brought SNCC workers from all over the South to Greenwood as a show of force, because the White Citizens Council in Greenwood had vowed that we were not going to have a project there in Greenwood. And we pick up here now where, Giard and them had been run out, but we had managed to stay in Greenwood because Sam Block later started to put together the black leadership there, working with churches. The Elks Hall opened its doors to SNCC meetings, and one of the churches there opened their doors to SNCC, and then other doors were open. And Sam then met with Cleve Jordan, the father of David Jordan, Senator David Jordan today, and June Johnson came out of that group in Greenwood. Sylvester Simpson and a bunch of other people, their young people, got involved in the movement, and we then started to move people to the courthouse in numbers, and they were being rejected. Bob and Foreman and them worked with the Justice Department, and they sent John Doe, a Justice Department attorney, investigator, down, and Doe was sympathetic to the movement. I mean, he came and talked with us, worked with us, and helped us to get the state of Mississippi shoved back some by allowing the applicants the blacks who made application for voter registration at the courthouse, that they had to maintain those applications. And what we did was, with people who could not read and write, we had a person stationed there to let them make their X, and this person signed their name for them.
Was
And
that Hammer Bell?
Emma Bell did that, and Mary Lane, and some of those young ladies that were with SNCC in Greenwood. But now the LaFleur County Board of Supervisors, in an effort to stop our voter registration drive, discontinued the federal food surplus to black families, well, to families, and blacks were the people who needed the most. And they had used these families depended upon that food between harvesting season. Whatever these food stuff was, were very important to these sharecroppers who had a planting season and then a harvesting season, and in between there was nothing for them to do. That's why many of them would go to Florida and pick fruit and to other areas to work, and then come back home in the fall of the year. And the children only going to school 4 months out of a year were getting a very poor education, and their parents, most of them, had limited education. So there was these families who wanted their children to get an education, and they wanted educations themselves. And so there was a big move here now. So what we felt that the momentum we had going, with that momentum, we needed to try to somehow, salvage something out of that, because now the mechanization was taking place on the plantations. The plantators and owners didn't need these large families now, so they are trying to find all the ways possible to get them off the plantation. The tractors are here, the combines and the cotton pickers are coming. So now they just kind of threw these people away. And so what we did was set up our own voter registration forms, set up our own registration locations in these various communities where we were working across the state. And then we contact Dick Gregory, Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, and these people came down and brought monies to help these people live, find places to live, and food and clothing. We set up a clothing distribution center here, well, in Indianola, not Indianola, in Greenwood and in Rouville, where we had the largest number of people being evicted from the plantations as a result of the efforts to register to vote. But then we set up these mock elections and ran Aaron Henry of Clarksdale, pharmacist, black pharmacist up from Clarksdale, as governor, and Ed King, a white Tougaloo chaplain, as lieutenant governor, and Fannie Lou Hamer for congressperson in the 2nd Congressional District, this Delta, and Victoria Gray in South, and Andy Devine in Canton. We got these people to run on our freedom ballot, in our mock election.
Mr. Mack, can
Yes.
I ask you a question? At this time when you all are running this election, almost everybody in Congress is a man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you know how it came to be that the SNCC and COFO and the Freedom Party picked 3 women to run for Congress?
Well, the women were the only ones brave enough to do it in those particular communities, and they were the active folk. But now Aaron Henry up in Clarksdale was a pharmacist and had his freedom as for the white. He did not depend on the white people for his living, so he was independent enough to run as governor. And then he was president of state branches of the NAACP. So he had been surviving up there through all of the efforts to kill him, and he was jailed and all of that, and harassed. But he was in a position economically to stand on his own. But in these other communities, there just wasn't any men who were willing to step out there But these ladies, these women, Fannie Lou Hamer, and you know her story, she had no fear. Check this interesting thing about, now, in order to, a challenge is being planned to challenge the seats in Congress for from the state, and to challenge these various laws and regulations that reading, writing, interpreting the Constitution and that. So we're setting up challenges here. We started taking people to the courthouse whether or not they could read or write or not. And then we started, and we didn't listen to that cry about whether you could read. We stopped trying to teach people to interpret the Constitution and all that. So go in there and write your name, put everything down you can, answer any questions. They give you a section, just write that section over. You copy it down just the way they gave it to you. That's the interpretation of that. That lawyers and Supreme Court justices are arguing over what this stuff means. And they're asking you, a person who have been limitedly educated. It's designed to keep us from registering to vote. Systematic. Okay. Now, we got these ladies to run, but now we were planning to bring a challenge in Congress. And the only way to do that was at least one of these people to bring the challenge needed to be legally a candidate, had to be a candidate who is now challenging the system.
Not just the mock election.
Not just the mock election,
ballot.
on the actual ballot. And they chose Fannie Lou Hamer. And so now, one day, I received a call one morning early from the COFO office in Jackson. Said, go get Fannie Lou Hamer and take her to Jackson, Mississippi to get her legally qualified to run for Congress. Okay?
That sounds simple.
Well, yeah, I can do that, but now I'm thinking, see, I'm into this mentality that white people are in Congress, men, and it's going to require education. See, my brain is back in this frame of mind about the lack of education. So, Ms. Hamer is a 6th grade scholar, and I'm being told to go and get her and take her and get her legally qualified to run for Congress. Now, I don't know, but I suspect there's not a single person in Congress without at least a college degree. I don't know. Maybe. It may have been back then. I don't know. But I don't know any because I don't know none. I'm familiar with Adam Clayton Powell, and I'm familiar with William Dawson and them people because of Chicago and New York and the fact that these are places that we looked to for our leadership. Okay, it's the only reason I'm familiar with them. But so I get up, drive to Ruleville, all the way over there, thinking that the rest of my day would be spent doing whatever I usually do. I go to Fannie Lou Hamer's house, walk in, because I would go to her house almost every day when I was in the area to find out what she needed me to do, what she wanted me to do, or whatever plans I've gotten from COFO office and Bob and them to get done. And so, because she was doing something every day. I got to Mrs. Hamer's house, went in, as always. Her husband get me a cup of coffee or drink a gin or something. And he loved 100, he drank 100 proof Granddad. Yeah. And so it's around 10 o'clock in the day when I get there. Sometime I'd get there in the afternoon. And we'd have our hit. And but anyway, I said, I need to see Miss Hamer this morning, bad. And Pap said, okay, I'll get her. He go in there, get Miss Hamer. She come out. I'm on the couch sitting out there. And I said, Miss Hamer, I was called from the COFO office in Jackson. And they told me to come pick you up, transport you to Jackson, Mississippi, to the Secretary of State's office and get you qualified to run for Congress. I expected her to say, Mac, I ain't gonna do that. I don't even qualify. She said, Mac, keep your seat and I'll be right with you.
I get the feeling Miss Hamer was always ready.
I told people, I said, look, this woman was always ready. I've gone to her house 25 times and never did she say, I'm not going today. Never. But anyway, now she done got up and gone back there to get ready. And I'm sitting up out there trying to figure out why she's gonna do this. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why is she gonna do this. I expected her to tell me, Mac, I ain't qualified.
You really did.
Yeah. And I would have got up and left. Or whatever else we were gonna do that day.
Mm-hmm.
And she came back. We got in the car, drove to Jackson, went up to the Secretary of State's office, went up to the desk of the Secretary of State and told the lady we wanted, that Miss Hamer wanted to run for Congress. The white woman bucked her eyes, looked at us, went back there to the door, and there were a bunch of other white women back there at the desk, I guess secretaries and various other people, and said, hey, y'all, there's 2 niggas out here say they want to run for Congress. Look here, in a few minutes, that door was full and they're all looking out there at us like we want a freak show or something, they were looking out there at us and
You should charge admission.
yeah, we could have, but look here. And that white lady stood there for a few minutes and she saw we were serious. She brought us a stack of papers over there and said, the candidate have got to fill out these papers. We take the papers, go back out into the corridor of the Capitol, fill out these papers, the best of our ability. Evidently, we did good. After we brought them back to her, she accepted them. And she said, wait a minute, you're not registered yet. Now, this is the last day to qualify to run for Congress. Last day. We brought them back to her. She checked them over. And she said, and we were fixing to go. And she said, wait a minute now. You can't leave yet. Said the candidate have to pay, if you're going to run as a Democrat, and I've been told we're going to run as a Democrat, not a COFO, said you need to bring me a check for $500 to be paid to the Democratic Party Executive Committee. And it should be made out to a guy by the name of Bidwell Adams, who is the Secretary of the Democratic Party. And that check need to be here with these papers, okay? So we go back out into the corridor.
Now, Mr. Mack,
Mm-hmm.
for the people that don't know this time period, $500, how much money is $500?
Now it's not a lot of money, but then that was some of the sharecroppers wasn't making $500 a year.
So she needs a year's earnings
And some more,
in that
because
afternoon.
some people wasn't getting but $1,000 and clearing maybe $1,000 after the harvest season, and people working in the various restaurants and places like that were making about 50 cents an hour.
Yeah. So this is a serious amount of money.
This is serious. Yeah. But now we knew that the COFO people that told us to come here, you know, that they must have known, because, you know, they, some of the people in Jesse Morrison was was the person who called me and told me. So I know. So I go back out there and we call, get to a telephone booth, and call the COFO office and tell them we need a check for $500. Morris said, "Don't leave. It'll be there." Okay. Shortly, from the COFO office on Lynch Street, and getting the check made out and everything, brought us up to around 12:30 or 1 o'clock. And, well, it wasn't quite 1 because these ladies wasn't going to lunch yet. So it wasn't quite, they got there, brought the $500. We took the $500 and carried it to her, and we started to leave. And she says, "Hold it, you're not finished yet." And said, "Now, at the time the candidate qualifies, he or she must name their campaign manager. And the campaign manager signs the form here." Okay? So we go back out there in the corridor. We call the COFO office and says, "Look, we need a person here to become Mrs. Hamer's campaign manager." Said, "Don't leave." They said, "Don't leave. Somebody will be there." So we go back out into the corridor. These ladies go to lunch and everything. Then around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nobody has come yet. 4 o'clock, the white lady says, "Look, we're closing at 5. This is the last day to qualify. And unless the campaign manager is here and sign in, then you can't get qualified to run for Congress." So we called the COFO office again. Nobody answers the phone. So we said, okay, probably Jesse Morris is on his way or they're getting somebody. 4:30, the lady come back out and says, "You got 30 minutes." And we leave 5 minutes of 5, getting ready to get out of here. So Fannie Lou and I go back out into the corridor, and we're sitting there with our hands with our head in our hand, trying to figure out what to do. And then Miss Hamer gets up, take a couple steps around. I thought she was figuring to say, "Well, I won't get the chance to run." She says, "Matt," I said, "Yes, ma'am. Go in there and put your name on them papers and let's go home." I mean, she didn't say, "Would you?" or "You ought to." She says, "Matt, get up and go in there and put your name on them papers and let's go home."
That's how you got the job.
Look here. I don't know. Maybe I said to myself, "Shit, why me?" But I said to her, I said, "Miss Hamer," I said, "I'm not qualified to be no campaign manager." She looked at me and she said, "Matt, you know enough about being a campaign manager as I know about running for Congress. Put your name on the papers." So I go in there and put my name on them papers.
You didn't have no choice.
I couldn't, I never thought about not doing it. I just couldn't see why I ought to do it. You know, in other words, I didn't decide this because if it had been left to me, we wouldn't be here in the first place. You see what I'm saying? And so we went in there and I went in there and I signed the papers, and the lady said, "Now everything is complete."
She seems like she was actually more helpful than you might expect.
Well, she could have told us all of this up front. She could have said, "Look, fill out these papers. You got to have a $500 check, and the campaign manager got to be named before this process is complete." She could have told us that all up front, you know, but she drug it on each step by step. And so anyway, so I became her campaign manager by default. I mean, nobody else showed up.
Well, you know you were the right person anyway.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that. because I really didn't bargain for it. But now, as we were leaving, I thought about this really deeply, truly within me. I've always wanted to step up to a challenge. That I got, was challenged at the courthouse back when I first got there. Then all along the way, I'm being challenged to step up and do what I really kind of deep in me wanted to do, was to be like Medgar, like, Amnesty, and these people that I met, my heroes. But then, if they had just given me just a little inch, I'd have backed out.
It seems like with SNCC, a lot of people did things they never thought they would do.
Yeah. If anybody had told me back in Jackson in 1961 that I would have done some of the stuff that I've done, man, look, because I've done some things, but now the challenges didn't stop. Now I'm way off into this, and then I'm gonna get on up to the Freedom Summer so we can get out, so we can end. But I remember in Greenville, Mississippi, Charlie and I were there, and we had a little youth group we had set up. We were working on a youth group, and these kids, the bus station in Greenville was segregated. This is 1963. The bus station, everything in Greenville was still segregated. Greenville was the so-called liberal community in the Delta, but segregation exists in the bus station, train station, everything that was segregated. But the black folks had a little bit more freedom there because of the connection that blacks had. For instance, James Carter, a black businessman on Nelson Street, owned a pressing shop, and he was the head of a voter registration drive there. Edwards, a black funeral home director, and you had Dr. Page, Dr. Matthews. These guys were involved, and then you had the Delta Democrat Times, the newspaper there that didn't tolerate the Klan and the Klan type activities. They shunned any involvement like that, and Greenville had 2 black detectives.
Huh.
You understand? There was not another black law enforcement officer in the whole state except Indianola. Indianola had a black policeman. They put him in office in 1955.
How did that happen?
Well, to keep down racial disturbance, to keep down racial violence, and to if there's a lawsuit or anything came up, there's this black who's in charge of the black area. Because here in Indianola, a guy by the name of Nathaniel Jack, call him Slim, was appointed. He was the first uniform black policeman in the state, but he could not arrest white people. He could not do anything on the white side of town, and he better not mess around too much with the black lackeys over on his side of town. But so he was there to keep the peace, to keep keep down racial disturbances as much as possible. We had some encounters with him down the road. But now, in Greenville, they had 2 black detectives, and they were nice guys with us. We never had trouble out of them. But when we challenged segregation there, they arrested our kids, and They were holding a trial in the city courtroom, and Charlie and I were there with the kids. There were blacks standing outside, 100 people standing outside, blacks who couldn't get into the courtroom. And I had been in the courtroom before because I had gotten a traffic citation back earlier. And I knew good and well all of them seats couldn't be taken. Was that many white people there, So I walked up and went into the courtroom, and the side where the blacks were full. And there was a whole section over here with no white people in it. You know what I did? I took me a seat. I took me a seat over there. And a black policeman rushed over to where I was and told me that there was somebody outside who wanted to see me. And when I walked out that door, he fastened it. He locked the door and locked me out. I went around to the other door and they wouldn't let me back in. So I went out on the outside and I went to telling these people, I said, look, there's plenty of room in the courthouse. They have got you standing out here because they don't want to break their segregation policy. They don't want to use that side. We need to demand the right to get them seats. Policeman came out there and told me I was trying to incite a riot and arrested me, put me in jail. Charlie learned I was in jail and he picked up where I left off. He put him in jail. So Charlie and I are in jail now. And so our cases went to court. Charlie was now in Atlanta or somewhere, and when the case went to court. And so I went to court because I was still in the Delta. And they were able to subpoena, gave me my subpoena. And I think I had 2 blacks on my jury. All I needed was one to disagree. And that guy put me in jail. So I had to go back to jail. Now, in the meantime, R.J. Brown, one of the 3 black lawyers in the state, came to represent me and appealed my case to the next highest court. So between 1963 and 1965, I believe, or 66, somewhere in there, my case came before the U.S. Supreme Court. It was before Nixon got into office. And you see, so whatever that was in that period. And by the time the ruling came down, Nixon's in office, the court is turning, and they remanded my case back to the local court so that, and in hope that they would resolve the question. They didn't want to deal with it. My case is before the U.S. Supreme Court. And what happened was they ordered me back to jail, the city of Greenville. The guy who's the prosecutor, I was told by Jess Brown, said he just wanted my black ass in jail. Arrogant so-and-so. He wanted me in jail because it was discussed. Why don't we just let the nigga go? I want him. The lawyer was named Robert Shaw. And so the case, I went to jail and I got out on the habeas corpus. And then the case went back up to the Supreme Court. The case went to the Supreme Court 3 times. By the time it got up there, Nixon was in and the court had changed. And they remanded it back to Greenville. They didn't, and the city of Greenville ordered me and Charlie Cobb to go to jail. But Cobb never came. Now, I was in New York when this last ruling came down. And if I had stayed in New York, I probably would have never went to jail. So what I did was I set up Stokely Carmichael came to visit me while I was in jail. And he told the people in Greenville, the law enforcement officials, said, look, so we're tired of putting up bonds for our people and spending all our money putting up bonds. Said, the next time y'all put one of our people in jail, we ain't gonna pay you nothing. We're gonna break him out. Then we're gonna break him out. So here I come to jail. You understand? Now, they ordered me, had asked me, and I, through my lawyer, told them that I will present myself at the Greenville City Jail at noon on this particular day. So what happened was Frank Smith was in town, and Frank came by the SNCC office there, and I had stayed there all night, see, so they wouldn't know where I was, because I'm planning to surprise them. And so Frank gave me a ride over to, and we parked right in front of the city jail, where I'm supposed to present myself. And at 12 o'clock, I got out of the van and walked over to the jail, and policemen were down on that end and all around on the other end, expecting to get me. I walked right in there, presented myself at the desk and said, I'm Charles McLaurin, and I'm supposed to be locked up today. Man, and the policemen from all up on the other end, all out there came in. Look here. The last thing they expected was me to walk in there. They were going to arrest me. When they seen me, they were going to put the handcuffs on me. And they was fixing to put the handcuffs on me right there in jail, standing in the.
Even though you just.
I'm presented myself, and there was and the police chief at that time was a guy named Burnley, fairly nice guy, by Mississippi standards, Mississippi standards for white men. He was a fairly nice guy, and he was the chief. And he came over and told him don't put the handcuffs on me. And we went on around there and talked a little while. And they locked me up. And I stayed in jail several days. And we didn't try no more appeals. I don't know if I ought to say this before the camera, but it can't do me no harm. Him either, he's dead. Is that the chief of policemen, Burnley, and I talked it over, and we agreed that I would stay in jail a couple nights in a day, and then he would release me to go to college, to go to school, because I told him about it. I was planning to go, and so one day, late one evening, jail doors open and I walked out with the understanding that I would not come back to Greenville and cause trouble for at least a year. And that's how I got out of that.
And so you said this is after Nixon's been elected.
Yeah, Nixon is not.
68, 69, something like that.
Earl Warren is gone.
Yeah.
And Nixon had appointed somebody. I don't know what's happening, but anyway, they gave the city of Greenville a way out. They just let me go. After all, I hadn't done nothing. They said I made statements calculated to provoke a breach of the peace.
I was just going to ask you what the quote charge was.
Yeah, making statements calculated to breach the peace. And I remember when it was around 1966, because now, 66 or 67, because now I'm employed as a social services director for one of the Head Start programs that we had set up, Amzie Moore and the rest of us had set up. And I remember they when I left, I didn't even tell the people where I worked, where I was. So I was in jail that night and a day, and then I came home and come back to work. Yeah, and stayed there until 1972.
How many days was it supposed to be if you had served the whole time?
I had 180 days, and I believe around $500 or $600 fine. So I either had to pay the fine and serve the days, or they could whatever they.
Did you pay the fine?
No.
They just.
I remember. It kept going up to the court, and then finally, I was in jail, so I'm going to serve my time instead of the fine. And but then the chief opened the jail door, and do you know later he became Burnley became the mayor of the city of Greenville, and about 2 years later, I was working for National Council of Negro Women, and he was on the committee or something for National Council of Negro Women in Greenville. And we ran into one another and talked and joked, and he was a nice fella. Burnley was an exceptional white person, because I didn't really know any until after we got Freedom Summer. I didn't really know any white people. Had no respect for them, and I know they had none for me. I just, that's why Freedom Summer brought me around, meeting these other people from the North. But after we met, after Fannie Lou Hamer got to run for Congress, we campaigned across the 2nd Congressional District because we wanted to change the 2nd Congressional District. See, the 2nd Congressional District had always been running, cut so that it run along the river, which meant that it picked up all of the black counties, which gave it a black majority district. And that district was the district that John R. Lynch, the black who was the congressman prior to Reconstruction, during Reconstruction. And he had but then the Mississippi legislature had come and cut the districts diagonally and split the black vote and attached these heavily white communities to the east as a part of the Delta, and therefore diluted our votes to the point that we couldn't elect a congressman. But then we filed lawsuits, and some congressional hearings were held, and I presented a plan for redistricting the 2nd Congressional District. And Giard always said that he was in the federal court up there, and they brought up the McLaurin plan. And when he discovered it was my plan, from then on, we always joked about the fact, he said, ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing about Mac. Mac presented a plan for congressional redistricting, and then it was considered. And but anyhow, Fannie Lou and I ran. Then the lawsuits were filed. By now, Henry Kursky, who a map maker from Jackson, and who became, I believe, the first senator to serve in the Senate since Reconstruction, black to serve. And he resigned in Mississippi.
In the state Senate?
Yeah, in the state Senate. And he resigned, you remember. He didn't stay there because he said he wasn't doing no good there. I mean, one in 52. There's 52 members, I think, of the Senate. And 1 in 52, wasn't that nigga do?
So, a lot of people think the movement's over when the Voting Rights Act passes or when Dr. King is killed. But you and Ms. Hamer, and not just you and Ms. Hamer, but I know that you and Ms. Hamer worked on a number of really important projects.
One of the things, after the challenge in Atlantic City in 1964, a lot of the movement people just kind of dispersed. And, SNCC died as an organization, and field organization with field people out there. But Fannie Lou and I, because I can understand that, the disillusion and the feeling of loss. But Fannie Lou and I didn't feel that way because we had invested, so much in the movement earlier, and we were Mississippians. See, a lot of these other people who were going back home, who got angry and everything, went home or went to doing something else, we were coming home. And the same problems that exist when we went to Atlantic City were still here. The so-called compromise that they offered us at Atlantic City was nothing. And Fannie Lou and the rest of us delegates from the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party had rejected it. And that the regular Democratic Party delegation from Mississippi had come home, had refused to pledge a loyalty to the Democratic Party or to the support the candidate of the Democratic Party. And Lyndon Johnson was the one who wanted to be president, and he had and Hubert Humphrey and these people had come up with this compromise of one seat at large, representing nobody. They didn't even tell us that we were going to have one seat in the Mississippi delegation. They were 2 seats at large, with no representation nowhere. And so Fannie Lou Hamer said, "Hey, that ain't nothing." And people say Fannie Lou Hamer did that. The whole delegation voted with her. There was no dissension in the Mississippi delegation, even though there were some who would have taken this. Now, they were even, Lyndon Johnson's group were going to even name the 2 people who were going to get the seats. See, they wasn't going to say, we're going to have a vote, let them vote among themselves and select a person, the 2 people. They named them, so.
Do you think it would have made a difference if the delegation could have chose its own 2 representatives? Would people have been different about that?
I don't know, but I do know this. If the choice had been thrown to us, it would have at least been discussed, by us. But this way, there was no discussion. That the discussion took place between Humphrey, Mondale, Joe Ryle, Walter Reuther, Aaron Henry, Ed King, and some of these people. But now the decision had already been made when they brought it to them, that Lyndon Johnson just wanted to get rid of this because he feared he would lose what he thought he had. He thought he had a Southern base. He had some Dixiecrats down here in the South, across the South, who really were not Democrats, but they were holding on to this Democratic patronage that they had all gained over the years as a result of denying the population, the black populations in these states to participate in the primary and the general election, and then in the caucuses. And so if we had been able to vote, that solid South wouldn't have exist. And what we went there to show them was what that Eastland and some of the other senators were saying was that the black folks don't want to vote. Our mock election said we did. We got 80,000 votes running our candidates. Then we bring to Atlantic City a delegation parallel to that met party rules and evidence of our denial of being deprived of the right to vote. And then they decide that if Johnson go with us, he'd lose the South. I mean, even though he lost the South anyway. I mean, after all, Goldwater was the winner of the South. And what happened? Immediately following the Democratic Party rejection, the Democratic Party rejection of us, our delegation, the South turns Republican. All of these white people in the party who wanted nothing to do with blacks in office voting ran to the Republican Party. And so now you have a solid Republican South. Those same states are now in the Republican column. And the Voting Rights Act that came out of our struggle and the marches and Selma, Alabama, and the challenge in Atlantic City was kind of thrown to the blacks. Okay, this is y'all's party, Yeah. and so it's made up today of those loyal Democrats who still are in the Democratic Party, but most of the white population are Republicans, and the only ones that in the South, especially in Mississippi, who voting Republican, but they are sitting in Democratic seats. They don't tell nobody, because if they did, 9 out of 10 times, and especially where we are in majority populations, they wouldn't hold those offices. Now, Henry Kursky drew legislative maps, and he drew congressional map, and he drew municipal and county maps, and reapportioning and redistricting, especially in the Delta, have led to, blacks in office. And in 1962, there was not one black elected official in this whole state, other than in the small town of Mount Bayou and Winterville or some of them little communities up there. So
And Bayou is like all black town.
it all black from the get, founded by slaves, I.T. Montgomery. I'm gonna get through in a minute. My wife probably know him. She always tell me to stop talking sometime. But anyway,
I have some questions for you, Stu.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you this, and then we're gonna get on to your question. I remember that Amzie Moore told me, and I didn't at that time. I didn't know it, that Isaiah Montgomery was the last black legislator in the state legislature at the time in the 1890s when the legislature took away our right to vote.
Yep.
And that he voted with the whites.
Yep.
I didn't know that at first. And and then I went back and read about, all of this. And it really just kind of hurt me to know that he did that. And then I tried to read his logic, and then I compared his logic with the thinking of Booker T. Washington, and I just, but I came later to respect these people as individuals, and but it's been so hard for me to kind of realize that a person like Fannie Lou Hamer, a sharecropper, stood up against the system. And here these guys were, Isaiah Montgomery was a landowner. They were the slaves off of the plantation of the president of the Confederacy, off of the Davis's plantation. And they had come up here for freedom, bought and set up this town and everything. And he ought to have been waving the American flag when they was waving the Confederate flag. But hey, things happen. Okay.
You told me that when Miss Hamer was ill, and you met with her in the hospital, you went to visit her. Can you tell us about that, what she asked you?
Yeah. When I learned that Fannie Lou Hamer was in the hospital and that she was in Mount Bayou, I immediately went to see her. And we talked about the movement, and she was kind of, she was delirious, and she was just kind of talking out of her head. And the first day I went to see her. And so I only stayed a short time, and we talked about when we ran for Congress, we talked about the lawsuit that she filed in the town of Sunflower, Hamer versus Campbell in 1967, and how that Robert Clark getting elected. So that particular time. So I left there, and 3 days later, I went back to visit her. And at this time, she just wanted to talk about, first she went to talking about in a way that she may be fixing to die. And she said, Mac, I won't be here. I'm not gonna be here to see this thing through. And I said, oh, Miss Hamer, come on now, you're gonna be here a lot longer than I will. And you don't talk like that. And she said, Mac, I want you to promise me. And I kind of said to myself, every time I promised Fannie Lou Hamer, we got off into something that I really didn't want to be off into, you know? And I said, come on, Miss Hamer. She said, Mac, I lived on a plantation all my life. And I do not want to be buried back on a plantation. And I said, Miss Hamer, why are you talking about this? I mean, you're going to be here. You're going to be here. She said, Mac, promise me. And I said, well, and I thought about it. I said, well, she's going to be here longer than I am. Why not make this promise? I ain't going to have to live, I'm not going to have to live up to it. I said, okay, Miss Hamer, I promise you will not be buried on a plantation. And they had given her medication. She said, I'm going to rest now. And I left. A few nights later, I was called. Well, what happened, about 3 days after that, one of Mrs. Hamer's relatives and Pap Hamer came to my office. I was working for a community action agency in Indianola. I was director of purchasing and personnel. And this lady came in, and Pap, and he said, Mac, he said, Miss Hamer passed last night. Man, you're talking about, I don't think I'm sure enough scared now. I was almost as scared as I was when I was walking up to that courthouse, because it came back to me. Now, what am I into here? I promised her that she would not be buried on a plantation. And really, this is just a few days after that. I hadn't had time to even think about that no more, and really I didn't plan to, because I figured she would outlive me. And he said, the body is in Greenwood at Max Swine funeral home. So I said, okay. And I'll meet you back in Ruleville. I get myself, Jimmy Strong, a friend here in Indianola, and Eunice Jenkins, our friend. These are people employed in the Head Start program. And all of us who knew and loved and worked with Mrs. Hamer. And Eunice Jenkins and I, Jimmy Strong, drove to Max Swine Funeral Home in Greenwood. And right away, I was depressed when I saw the funeral home. because again, I've got these, I don't know, you might want to call them false values. I'm looking for a nice looking building, and this place looked like a little shanty plantation shack, the funeral home. And he go in and we walk in and he shows me how he's going to bury Mrs. Hamer. I said, I just couldn't see this. And I just couldn't see it. And when I saw him, he was standing there with a beat up hat on, and with all due respect to Mr. McLaurin, and he was wearing spats, on the shoes. I mean, this is 1967, and he has on spats, and his suit was just not. He was an elderly man, but none of this came to mind because I'm living in this time, and it seemed like he was living in a past. And so I said, well, we're going to have to get together, and I'll let you know something. I'm meeting Mr. Hamer and her and whoever that was with him in Ruleville. We'll meet you there at 3:00 today. He said, okay. In the meantime, we are on our way back to Indianola. I'm going back to the office to sign out, let them know where I was, what I was going to be doing. And we were stopped on the highway by Henry Espy, who is a burial director, Espy, the funeral home, in the funeral home. And he said, look, I know y'all have been down to Mr. McLaurin. He said, I got nothing against Mr. McLaurin, but I would like to bury Fannie Lou Hamer. He said, come on, let me show you how I would bury her. So we followed him back to Greenwood and went to his burial, to his funeral home. And he showed us how, now we walk in. This is elaborate. You understand? Hey, what he's offering would be suitable, in my estimation, limited knowledge about burial and everything, suitable for the President of the United States of America. And so right away, I'm sold. Jenkins sold. And Jimmy. Okay? Now, I said, what would it cost for this to do this kind of funeral? He said, don't worry about the money. I said, we got to worry about the money, Mr. Espy. He said, don't worry about the money. He said, but I need you all in order, if you're going to let me bury her. I said, you can bury her. He said, but I need you to sign these papers to get the body from that other funeral home. And so he got the papers out, and I signed them, Jenkins signed them, and Jimmy signed them, that he could bury Mrs. Hamer. So in the meantime, we go on, he brought us back to where we left my car out there on the highway right outside of Greenwood, and before you get to Valley State. And we came on back if we got back there, then I went back to my office, signed out, went to Ruleville, and we told Mr. McLaurin that we were turning the body over to Century Burial. It was at Century Burial. And so he communicated with Mr. Espy, and Mr. Espy paid him for whatever he had done. And while we was there, the question came up about Mrs. Hamer's burial. And I said, one of the things we want to make sure is that she's not buried on a plantation. And then there was some discussion about that, because there's some people that disagreed about her being, they wanted to bury her where the other blacks were being buried out there. And I said, no, we're not going to bury Mrs. Hamer on the plantation. So where are we going to bury her? And I said, well, we got a few days to decide this. And so we left there, and the next evening, some guys came to me.
Let me ask you a question now. So, where do other black folks get buried at this time?
All of the plantations, all of the burial spots are on a plantation. They're all on a plantation. They're around, there's a church, and then there's a burial ground. Mount Galilee has a church. The first time I'd ever seen a burial ground at a church. You remember, I grew up in Jackson, and the cemeteries were not on churches, and so, but they had one out there, okay? But the one they wanted to use was down there on a plantation out just across the highway from where Mrs. Hamer lived on that other plantation, on Sidney Livingston's plantation. And that's where they wanted to bury her. And because they went on, I think they went on to talk about other relatives. Whatever it was, I wasn't listening. I wasn't into that. So we left there that evening with the understanding that Century is going to bury her, but we didn't know where. Because at this point, we don't know. Now, two young men that I'm not going to name came up to me, and they were interested in Freedom Farm. And they said that they had gotten approval from Mrs. Hamer to reopen Freedom Farm or something like that, or that they could have a meeting. And she had told them that if they had a meeting, that McLaurin should be in that meeting. And that's why they had come to me. And so then they held that meeting that next evening, and I came. Now, while I'm there, I learned that Mrs. Hamer owns some property there in the city. 6 lots, big location, where she's buried right now. All of that property there was owned by Freedom Farm. And they wanted me to sign papers allowing them to take possession of the property through Freedom Farm. To re-establish, Freedom Farm had become kind of in limbo since the manager, Joe Harris, had died. And it had just kind of just been there in limbo, hovering. And so, and then when I learned about that, and they wanted me to sign these papers, I said, no, I want to see this place. And carried me out there and showed me the place. And now a burden was lifted off me. All of a sudden, I have a place to bury Fannie Lou Hamer, and it's not on a plantation. But what I didn't know was that you could not bury a person within the city limits. There was no, unless there was an approved cemetery or something already existing or something there. Attorney Cleve McDowell, the second black to go into Ole Miss after Meredith, who had to leave, and who had gotten his law degree down at Southern in Texas, and Texas Southern. And he was a member of the NAACP, and I knew him. I kind of knew of him because I knew his sister worked for us in the cap agency. So when he learned about Mrs. Hamer's death, that next morning he showed up at my office in Indianola, and I told him what the situation was, and he said, "Don't worry, we'll bury Mrs. Hamer on that property." So I let that alone for it right then. Now, what about her funeral? You know? So evidently everybody's got me stuck with this. You see what I'm talking about? So, man, again, I'm frightened. And when I got to Ruleville, Owen Brooks was at Mrs. Hamer's house. And I told him that Henry Espy had the burial. And I think Henry Espy came through there that afternoon, and him and Owen talked. And Owen said, well, what about the funeral? And so he said, Mac, I've started to make I've been calling these people, I've been doing this, and I've been doing that. I said, you got to, you plan it, Owen. I said, you got it. And he gladly accepted it, you know? And he talked with Henry. And then later I learned that it's going to cost nearly $10,000 to bury Mrs. Ames. The kind of funeral that Henry has here, it was over $8,000, almost $9,000 or $10,000. The three of us, Eunice and Jimmy, have signed papers and given the body to the man. And
Don't worry about the cost.
Don't worry about the cost. Yeah, but it's costing nearly $10,000. And so now what happened was after Owen got that, I was relieved. All right, and then that afternoon, Cleve came and said that he had met with the City Board of Aldermen in Ruleville, and at that time the city of Ruleville had a female mayor, Dr. Virginia Talbert, and she had passed a resolution during Mrs. Hamer's life when Mrs. Hamer was sick, making Hamer Day, designating Hamer Day, and we had a big gathering and everything, and she had spoke. Nice lady by Mississippi standards, you know. So Henry Espy and Owen got together on the burial, and Cleve created the legal thing and had that set up, and so that she could be buried there. And Henry Espy had the body. Now, all I had to do now was try to take this pressure off my heart and head. And so when I learned that it was costing what it was costing to bury her, then I went and told my friends. They said, "Man, we ain't got no $10,000." But Owen Brooks had agreed to take care of this. And at that time, Delta Ministry he was the director of Delta Ministry. And Charles Bannerman was the president and CEO of MACE, or Delta Foundation. So Delta Foundation paid the bill. And we buried her and out there. And it wasn't no memorial, wasn't nothing out there but her gravesite. And in one of my papers, I wrote after that I hope that someday somebody here in this town will pick this up and run with it. And then things over the years, there were a lot of, there was some of them people, some people had me arrested about donating that property for them to be buried, and so over the years, nothing happened with that gravesite for several years, and then a little lady in Ruleville, working for the Head Start program, raised some money and put a headstone out there. Head Start people raised that money, and then later, a young lady named Pat Thompson, a graduate of Delta State, admirer of Mrs. Hamer and Victoria Gray and them others, started to holding some meetings out there, invited Congressman Thompson and others. And then slowly the things started to develop. Miss Hattie Jordan, the lady who is over the thing there now, got elected to the Board of Aldermen, and she worked with the city to get a self-help grant to put the provision out there, and some other people, white and black, helped come up with some of the monuments and things out there. And I made a promise that one day I would have her standing in the Delta. You know, I saw a picture of her standing in a cotton field, looking like she was surveying over and the area. And so I was able to sell that idea to several people and to Pat Thompson. And up in New Jersey, the people up there had been carrying on a program in Mrs. Hamer's honor since she spoke up there back at the Credentials Committee. And they decided that they would work with us to raise $100,000 to put a statue out there. So we started that project, and 2 years after we started it, we erected that statue.
It's beautiful there. It really is.
Still a work in progress.
It's beautiful though.
Yeah.
I've seen, when I first came to the grave, it was just the headstones.
Yeah. See, all of that other land around there was a part of Mrs. Hamer. We donated, in order to get her buried there, we donated all of that land to the city of Indianola, not Indianola, to city of Ruleville, in order to create that special burial site for her. And so the city of Ruleville owned the rest of that land, you know, and they've used it as, I guess, to help economic development. But it was really our intention that that land all become a part of Mrs. Hamer's burial site. We expect to have move our museum into a building that we would erect down there, and that we would have a paved parking area out there, beautiful area parking. So we ain't told the city about that yet.
In good time. In good time.
Yeah. My grandmother used to always tell me, she said, to foretell is to forewarn. Okay. As you know, James Meredith, the first black to knowingly graduate from the Ole Miss, graduated, and you know, there was a big flare up there while he was there, and some people were killed. But he later graduated from New York, I think, in New York, and then after he was back for a while and a few enterprises, he decided to walk from the Tennessee state line to Jackson, Mississippi, to encourage voter registration and blacks' participation, political participation, and he called it a march against fear. So on a particular day in June 1966, James Meredith stepped off on his walk alone. And after he'd gone a short distance, you know, he was shot down from ambush by a white person. Okay, while he's in the hospital recuperating, Dr. King and McKissick of CORE and Stokely Carmichael, who had just become chairperson of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee succeeding John Lewis, met with Meredith and got his approval to continue the march along Highway 51 into Jackson, Mississippi, where there would be a big rally. So the march took off from where Meredith was shot down, and was headed to Grenada, Mississippi. It was going to be their first overnight stay. And Fannie Lou Hamer, who had been talked with Stokely and Dr. King and others about the march, she wasn't able to be there because of other speaking engagements, and that lawsuit, Hamer versus Campbell, 1967, had been filed and was in court, and it had been known that that suit was going to come down. So what had happened, GIOT and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, what was left of it, had moved the office, the official office, state office, to Sunflower, small town of Sunflower in the Delta. And when that march started,
Can you say quickly what that case was?
that case was Hamer versus Campbell, dealing with the right to vote and to be able to participate, for blacks to participate in the electoral process. That lawsuit set back throughout the elections in two communities, in the town of Sunflower and in the town of Moorhead. And it set up a voter registration period for blacks to get registered and then to hold new elections. And so that's what that particular was about. So now that we had the FDP office in Sunflower, and the march was to march against fear about voter registration, Fannie Lou Hamer set up a march from that small town to Indianola, to the courthouse, and asked me and Joe Harris to go and ask Dr. King and Stokely to bring the march through the Delta, to deviate from Highway 61 in order to bring it so that blacks in the Delta could get the feel of this big march and to hopefully encourage them to register and to vote. So we won the approval of Dr. King and that group that they would bring the march along Highway 7 to Greenwood and stay the night in Greenwood. So then a forward group, a group made up of myself, Stokely, Cleve Sellers, James Jones, and another guy. I'm not sure whether that was Willie Ricks or not, but somebody else was with us. But anyway, we were to go and secure a place for them, and we decided Greenwood was it because our history in the Delta, was in Greenwood. And we had had a lot of things happen there. Travis was shot there. The National SNCC office was once located there. So we said we're gonna stay in Greenwood. So the marchers took off. We took off. We got to Greenwood, and Stokely went to talk to the black leadership there about putting up on a school ground, Stone Street Elementary School over in the black community. Cleve and Jones and I went to Valley State to meet with Dr. White, the president, to see about an alternative spot. We were so sure we were going to get Greenwood, but we wanted an alternative spot in the case we did not. And we would rather put up on that campus anyway because of the kids there. So we went to Valley State, got permission to meet with Dr. White. Dr. White told us we could meet with him around 3 or 4 o'clock that day in his house. So Cleve, James Jones, and I went to Dr. White's house, and he read us a prepared statement denying us use of the campus. And he's flanked by about 8 or 10 white state troopers. And right after that, they run us off the campus. And we went back to Greenwood, and we learned that Stokely's in jail, that he had been arrested for trying to erect a tent on the Stone Street Elementary campus. Now, Stokely had received approval from the black leadership in Greenwood to put up the tent. But then the white power there had overruled these blacks and told Stokely he couldn't put up the tent. And of course, Stokely being the guy that he was, and like most of us, it's our school, it's our community. He's going to erect the tent anyway. So now he's in jail. The marchers are on their way to Greenwood, don't know nothing about what's happening in Greenwood. They're headed there with the understanding that we're going to be able to put up here, okay? So now that Stokely's in jail and the marchers are coming, Cleve, myself, James Jones, and whoever this other person, got together and talked. And I said that we are going to stay in Greenwood. So how are we going to do it? Okay. SNCC had once had an office in Greenwood. Our last SNCC office was right around the corner from a big black park that opened on all sides. Said, what we're going to do, we're going to put up in this park. Said, well, the police said, look, what we do is we send a runner back to meet the marchers and tell them to come into Greenwood by this route. We said, and just tell them what's happening, that we're going to stay in Greenwood. Don't tell them officials, the highway patrolmen and the local sheriffs and all of them up front and in the rear. So we went along the route that we wanted them to come. When this guy was on his way back, Cleve and James Jones went to get Stokely out of jail. And the marchers are approaching the city limits of Greenwood. And we were out there telling people along this route that Stokely's coming to town, the marchers are coming to stay here tonight, get out to the park. And look, we were thinking that maybe we'd have a few people, because now this park is right in the heart of the black community. So some people there who knew us from the past agreed to go to houses all around the park and tell them to come to the park. Man, when we got there in Stokely, and went and got Stokely out of jail, all the way when he was walking from where we had, the crowd was so big that we had to park the car and walk to the park. And about 3 streets over. Now the policemen were out there on the highway. They didn't know what happened, why the marchers disappeared, and from following them. And then the ones behind trying to communicate with them, but by now we are in Greenwood and circling that park. And the word we had told them, as soon as you circle the park, stop your cars, jump out, and fill up the park. But the park's now already full of the people there in Greenwood. So now we just got that whole area. And so somebody said, oh, I wonder what they're going to do. I said, well, they'll have to kill us all. And the news media is there now, you remember. Now, Stokely is coming all the way there. We went and met him, and he said, us black people can't do nothing that the white people can't take away from us. He said, we ain't got no counterpower. We need some black power. We need some black power all the way there. And as soon as he stepped up there on the stage with the talking and mentioned the black power, the news media, man, they defined black power for us, as you know, immediately, So Stokely, but now black power originally came from Willie Ricks, one of Stokely's comrades, who had been talking about black power all along. But now you think about this, and Miss Hamer defined black power for us. But you think about this. You're talking about registering blacks to vote in rural Alabama, rural Georgia, where we are majority of the population, and in bigger cities where we are majorities. Now, what are you going to get out of that? You got thousands of blacks, hundreds of blacks who never registered to vote. Now they're getting a chance to register to vote as a result of the Voting Rights Act and federal registrars. Now, black voters are going to be black power. I mean, Stokely said if we had said colored power, everything would have been all right. But the word black frightened people. You know what I'm saying? And black power. And so my paper talks about what happened, how we did that, and about King coming to speak in Indianola to meet Fannie Lou Hamer's group. Fannie Lou had to go somewhere else. She was not at the meeting at the courthouse. I was there. And if you look at that marker that's at the park, there I am, standing right there by Stokely. See, when Stokely came into office, he named me one of his comrades in Mississippi and gave me the responsibility to pull together his people and his folk in Mississippi and bring all of our cars and things into one location and then to go from there. But so Black Power got to frighten people as a result of the media, because after all, I consider what we have now, especially in these areas, is black power. And black power only means, Ms. Hamer said, that we want to help determine some of our destiny, to have something to say about our lives. It's the media and the scared people who got frightened about that, because all Americans have the right to vote. And the vote, it's the essence of our democracy. So there ought not to be a need for a Voting Rights Act. Why? Because all Americans ought to be able to vote. And it ought not to be, and it ought to be such an amendment that forbids anybody to just take it. States ought not to be allowed to take it. It ought to be a national effort, because this is America. But we wouldn't have Obama in office if we hadn't got a little power. And Freedom Summer and all of this with these young white people coming down here, the young people in this country, put the boy in office. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mack.
Yeah. Thank you for coming and recording this.
This is great. This is great.
Who would you like for me to do a video on next? What are your thoughts about this video? Please share them in the comments. Please be honest when answering these questions. Share this video with anyone you deem necessary. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel.